Very good morning, participants. We will be sharing you a YouTube live link in the chat box in a couple of minutes. People who find difficult in loading a
Very
Zoom,
good morning, participants.
you can go on live.
YouTube live.
So I repeat, good morning, participants. We'll be sharing you a live YouTube live through a chat box, and we will also be sharing in a Telegram group. People who find difficult in loading a Zoom, you can go on live with the YouTube also. So the same thing is synced with the YouTube. We'll be sharing a live link right now. And participants who will be joining through YouTube also need not to worry. You will be getting a participation certificate just to make you alert. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We'll be starting the session by 9:25 or somewhere 9:30. We are going to unmute the mic as of now so that to avoid the disturbances. And we request all the participants not to host or not to send any greetings in the chat box. So because if anybody is really in need, the communication may miss. We may miss to read that communications. So we will have all the greetings probably in the starting of this session. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation.
Kindly play the videos.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Stop sharing, sir. Wait, sir.
Yeah.
We are on live with the YouTube link also. Link has been shared in the chat box for your file reference. This is the link. We have shared it in chat box also. People who are unable to view through Zoom, we request you all to participate using, let's say it as a YouTube live. So we see in the participation, lot of participants have joined the YouTube link also. Thank you. So meanwhile, just give me a second.
School of Computer Science and Engineering,
we have been offered with the options to choose the domains which we are interested in. Being specific about my domain, cloud computing is current trend in the industry.
It offers an eclectic mix of educational as well as co-curricular activities. The facilities provided by the college, such as AC rooms, projectors, and online learning materials on CRACLE, help make the learning environment here an ideal one.
The School of Engineering and Technology has a vibrant campus offering a top-notch sports, cultural, and placement facilities. Unlike other engineering courses, our specialization offers us vast hands-on experience and in-depth learning in latest and emerging technologies.
The BTech in Mobile Application Cloud Technology has started in the year 2016. And right now, the candidates who have enrolled in 2016 are in the final year of their engineering. Currently, in the phase 1 of their placement cycle, we have had around 60% of the candidates placed.
We follow an application-based learning program where projects are encouraged and industry experiences imparted through various workshops and seminars.
School of Computer Science and Engineering have been organized many technical seminars by VMware certified professionals and other industry experts to improve our expertise.
We are provided with the training for certification courses like Amazon Web Services, Google Web Specialist, and Certified Ethical Hacking. The labs are equipped with Apple computers and high-speed LAN connection to ease our practical learning.
The curriculum for mobile application and cloud technology includes the following courses like iOS application development, Android application development, cross-platform app development, and web application development, which every application developer engineer has to know at his fingertips.
With the best faculties and lab experiences curated perfectly with specific outcomes in the field of cloud technology and mobile applications with subjects like Android, mobile architecture, iOS, RDBMS, etc.
Cultural and sports facilities are outstanding. They motivate us to take part and explore the inner talent in us. Infinity is the main techno-cultural fest which invites diverse cultures to have an exposure.
We have a dedicated placement team with the main aim of providing the best opportunities to the students. Many companies such as Capgemini, Infosys, and TCS, and many companies from Japan have visited our campus and picked the best of students.
Being part of cultural club and sports team is always a memorable part of one's life, alongside having expertise in academics.
With the students from different countries, it's always been a wide range of cultural diversity and share of knowledge. We have been accommodated in the hostel provided by the college with 2 and 4 sharing room services. Also, common eating place called the mess with wide variety of food which cater to the students coming from all the states of India and around the globe.
School of Computer Science and Engineering, we have been offered with the options to choose the domains which we are interested in. Being specific about my domain, cloud computing is current trend in the industry.
It offers an eclectic mix of educational as well as co-curricular activities. The facilities provided by the college, such as AC rooms, projectors, and online learning materials on CRACLE, help make the learning environment here an ideal one.
The School of Engineering and Technology has a vibrant campus offering a top-notch sports, cultural, and placement facilities. Unlike other engineering courses, our specialization offers us vast hands-on experience and in-depth learning in latest and emerging technologies.
The BTech in Mobile Application Cloud Technology has started in the year 2016. And right now, the candidates who have enrolled in 2016 are in the final year of their engineering. Currently, in the phase 1 of their placement cycle, we have had around 60% of the candidates placed.
We follow an application-based learning program where projects are encouraged and industry experiences imparted through various workshops and seminars.
School of Computer Science and Engineering have been organized many technical seminars by VMware certified professionals and other industry experts to improve our expertise.
We are provided with the training for certification courses like Amazon Web Services, Google Web Specialist, and Certified Ethical Hacking. The labs are equipped with Apple computers and high-speed LAN connection to ease our practical learning.
The curriculum for mobile application and cloud technology includes the following courses like iOS application development, Android application development, cross-platform app development, and web application development, which every application developer engineer has to know at his fingertips.
With the best faculties and lab experiences curated perfectly with specific outcomes in the field of cloud technology and mobile applications with subjects like Android mobile architecture, iOS, RDBMS, etc.
Cultural and sports facilities are outstanding. They motivate us to take part and explore the inner talent in us. Infinity is the main techno-cultural fest which invites diverse cultures to have an exposure.
We have a dedicated placement team with the main aim of providing the best opportunities to the students. Many companies such as Capgemini, Infosys, and TCS, and many companies from Japan have visited our campus and picked the best of students.
Being part of cultural club and sports team is always a memorable part of one's life, alongside having expertise in academics.
With the students from different countries, it's always been a wide range of cultural diversity and share of knowledge. We have been accommodated in the hostel provided by the college with 2 and 4 sharing room services. Also, common eating place called the mess with wide variety of food which cater to the students coming from all the states of India and around the globe.
Thank you, participants. We have shared the YouTube link in the chat box. You can view YouTube link also via chat box. You can join us live using the YouTube link, and we request all the participants to restrict yourself in sharing greetings, since there are a couple of instructions which we'll be sharing. Because of the greetings, you may miss that also. We'll be going live in another 5 to 10 minutes. Hope you find the session interesting. We are looking for the good collaborations for today. Thank you. We repeat the instructions. Good morning, everyone. Welcome for today's session. We'll be going live in another few minutes, or we'll be starting the session in another few minutes. Thank you for your participations. Just give us some time, probably within another 5 minutes, we'll be starting our session. Thank you. Very good morning, everyone. Hope my voice is clear. Can someone drop me in a chat box? And the participants who have joined using a Zoom, you need not to go for a YouTube now. You can join, you can continue your session in the Zoom itself. We'll be sharing the YouTube link probably in the Telegram group. People who are not able to join in the Zoom, they can go ahead with the YouTube link. So participants, whoever is joining, whoever have joined already in the Zoom, you need not to go back to the YouTube. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your quick response in the chat box. Hope my voice is clear. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Sir, HOD sir,
Yes, sir.
shall we start, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Vivek sir, you can
Yes,
start,
sir. We'll be starting.
Yes.
A very good morning to all learner professors and research scholars here. And we'll be starting session now. Today, joining us as a panel of members, we have here Dr. Narayan Swami R, who is head of the Department for Computer Science Engineering, School of Computer Science and Engineering. We also have Dr. Sarvanan, who is a professor in Computer Science Engineering. We have Dr. Kumar Swami joining us, Professor Computer Science. Dr. Sarvanan and Dr. Kumaraswamy are with respect to area of data mining and web semantics. We have Professor Deepa TP ma'am joining us, who is expert in image processing. We have Dr. Sindhu Madri, who is joining us. She is also expert in image processing. We have Professor Mahesh TR joining us, who is expert in database technologies. All right. So myself, Vivek, host for today, or let's say your MC for today. We're going to start the session now. I warmly welcome all the participants. I request Dr. Narayan Swami sir to give a warm welcome to the participants and so that we can start the session. Over to Dr. Narayan Swami sir. Sir.
Yeah, welcome to all the participants. On behalf of JAIN University, School of Computer Science and Engineering, Department of Computer Science Engineering, I take great pride in welcoming entire research community for today's national level webinar on Kickstart Your Research Work. I would like to thank our management, who is backbone and who is supporting the entire activities. And I would also like to thank our beloved director, Dr. Hari Prasad sir, Also, I'd like to thank our Dean, School of Computer Science Engineering, Dr. Kuldeep Sharma, who have been supporting us and encouraging us for conduction of such programs. We are also looking for an excellent webinar. We have received around 4,000 registrations all over India. This will be a great session for today. And I congratulate each and everyone who is participating today, being a Saturday and taking active participation. And I also wish each and everyone a great success and all the best for future endeavors. Thank you for your participation and attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Swami sir, for that warm welcome. I request now Dr. Saravanan sir to introduce about the department, to just give insights about the department activities. Over to Saravanan sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I welcome you all for the one-day webinar on Start Your Research Work. I'd like to give a glimpse on Department of Computer Science and Engineering. So first is a vision of our department to emerge as a model center for education and research in the area of computer science and engineering through knowledge acquisition, dissemination, and generation to meet social demands. So we are looking forward to become a model center in a researchal area. And to accomplish the vision, we have framed missions like we have framed like 4 parts of mission. And first one is that to impart the quality education in cutting edge technologies or like kind of new age technologies by forming a new or a unique pedagogy in computer science and engineering field. And the second part is that to establish a center of excellence in collaboration with industries, research laboratories, and other agencies to meet changing needs of society. So in addition to that, we have framed several laboratories established or associated with some research laboratories to accomplish this task. And the next mission is that to provide an environment conducive to develop innovation, team spirit, and entrepreneurship. So we are providing a smooth environment so that the students or research community will come up with a new idea, and also we are inculcating entrepreneurial skills so that they can come out with as a entrepreneur. And last part of the mission is to practice and promote high standards of professional ethics and transparency. So once they come out of the program, or they should follow some moral values or moral ethics in the society. And we are offering 3 programs under Department of Computer Science and Engineering. First is Doctorate of Philosophy in Computer Science and Engineering, and post-graduation program, which is Computer Science and Engineering, and undergraduation program, Computer Science and Engineering. So in order to achieve the social or meet the industrial needs, we have identified 4 thrust areas in our computer science domain. The first domain is data engineering, which is headed by Dr. Narayanaswamy Ramaya, Professor, Department of CSE. And also we have identified another thrust area called network technology, which is headed by Dr. Vigneshwaran, Professor, Department of CSE. And in the thrust area intelligence system, which is headed by Dr. Ganapati Panda, a visiting professor from Department of CSE. And also we have another domain called software engineering, which is headed by Dr. Jayanti Kannan, Professor, Department of CSE. And we are sure that students who are coming out from the degree or coming out of the program, they will be familiar in any one of these technologies, which will be hopeful, they'll be useful for their industrial needs. And we are mainly focusing on project-based learning. So in order to achieve this project-based learning, we have established several laboratories in our department. So these are the some of the laboratories I have listed out. And first is the database laboratory, which is associated with Oracle Corporation. where all the database related simulation or research works comes under this database laboratory. And we have an exclusive application development laboratory, which is associated with the Apple Incorporation, where we are developing iOS application, which is exclusive for Mac OS or Mac OS based mobile operating system. And we have an exclusive high performance computing laboratory, which is enabled with NVIDIA GPU, where we are working on real-time simulations, or we want to work in high performance network area. All the research works are working under this high performance computing laboratory. And we have an open source computing laboratory, where all the kind of Hadoop, all the infrastructure which is required for big data analytics are coming under this laboratory. And in parallel with, we are working on artificial intelligence and machine learning. And we have an exclusive laboratory, another laboratory as a Cisco Network Academy, which is a laboratory which is associated with Cisco Networking Company, where the students or research community faculties are involving themselves in this program, where they are awarded with certified as a network engineer under the Cisco company. And we have embedded system laboratory or Internet of Things laboratory. And we also exclusively an Linux laboratory, which is associated with Red Hat Academy, and some of the other basic laboratories like software engineering laboratory, project laboratory, and which is research laboratory, which is exclusive for research people's research community or the research scholars, and finally the programming laboratory. And finally, we are concluding with the research analysis. So this chart clearly shows how far we are in the research. Okay, this chart shows the publications of undergraduate, postgraduate, and research scholars as well as the faculty. And in the current academic year, a number of 45 publication has been published by the research scholars as well as the faculty. So here, and in addition to that, we are concentrating on the UG students as well, where students who are doing the final year projects, or they will come out with a good publication in reputed journals. All the journals which are also indexed in SCA as well as Scopus. Thank you for your listening this introduction about the Computer Science and Engineering Department. And I also extend my thank to our management, Director Sir, Dean Sir, and HOD, all the faculties, are giving this opportunity to learn a new to start a research in this field. Thank you. Over to you, Vivek sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your let's say insights about the department. Moving ahead, or let's say kicking start with today's session, we have Dr. Kumaraswamy, who is working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science Engineering. He has completed his BTech in 2003, and he has completed his master's in 2005. Completing his PhD in 2014 in the area of data mining, he has got total experience of 15 years in the field of computer science engineering. Presently, he is guiding 4 research scholars under Anna University, Chennai, and 5 research scholars from JAIN University, Bangalore. He has also guided many students with respect to UG and PG projects. He has completed 2 consultancy projects from, let's say, focusing on mobile applications and portal for handicapped persons. He has organized many events like seminars, workshops, conferences, FTPs, and video conference. He has also received an award of India Book of Records for organizing a workshop on mobile application development for around 1,000+ students to create many Android applications within 12 hours. And he has got a prestigious IRDP award in 2019, that is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement National Award for the outstanding excellence and remarkable achievements in the field of teaching, research, and publications. He has attended many events. He has been playing a key role in signing MOUs with many industries across the departments. He is also a member of ISTE and various professional member bodies, and published many journals in a Scopus, or let's say UGC or SCI or Web of Science publications. Without wasting much time, I request Dr. Kumaraswamy sir to take over the session and start the first session for today. Over to you, Dr. Kumaraswamy, sir. Just give us a minute. Dr. Kumaraswamy sir is setting his screen so that participants can be viewed. And in meanwhile, I request participants, any QAs or any questions, please drop us in a QA section. We have panel members answering your QAs parallelly. And I encourage all the participants, if any particular specific QAs, to hold on till the session end of the session. Dr. Kumaraswamy sir will address all the QAs. Thank you. And in meanwhile, there are queries from the participants. Do we need to continue in Zoom or YouTube? Participants who have already joined using a Zoom application, you need not to go to the YouTube now. YouTube link is for the participants who are not able to join in the Zoom application. Thank you.
Right, sir. Can you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. We are able to see your screen, sir.
Sir, can you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes.
Hello. Yes, sir. So very good morning to one and all. So very good morning to all for one day webinar on Kickstart Your Research Work. So I welcome all professors, research scholars, and those who are doing research and full-time scholar, part-time scholar. I welcome you once again. Before going to start, I want to thank our management to give me an opportunity to the mega So research is so what is meant by research? Research is nothing but transform your knowledge. So your knowledge may be transformed in different levels. Just a minute. Oh, sir. Okay, sir. Just a minute. Okay. Wait, sir. Now it's okay. Voice.
Yes, sir.
Wait, sir. Okay. Thank you. So nowadays, every one of you looking for research. So the research is nothing but transform your knowledge. We have so much of knowledge to transform to outside world. That is where the research is going to start. So this outline of my session, why we need to do research and how to start our research journey and need for literature review and elements in literature review and literature format and conference and journal paper comparisons and research article publication types and types of journal. Finally, how to apply our research paper into various journals. So just now we discussed about research. Research is nothing but transform your knowledge to outside world. So how to transform your knowledge? That's where we are going to discuss today. So we have so much outside world interaction. Another important thing, so the definition for research. Everyone knows research. So research is nothing but keep on search in the particular things until you reach our destination or our ideas. So that is the basic definition of research. Keep on searching until you reach your final destination or publish your research work to outside world. So why we need to do research? So there are so many definitions. So today's sessions mainly for research and those who are doing research. So this session is very full for your knowledge. So I'm not going to teach you to follow my own instructions, my own methodology. There are different variety of methodology research work. So this is my own experience I am sharing. So why we need to do research? Of course, this is a mandatory to do for our career growth. And another important thing is deeper understanding of several scientific topics. For example, if a person wants to do research in machine learning, you should expose your knowledge to outside world interaction through your research contribution. And another thing, getting clear idea about subject knowledge, what your interest. And the mainly research is tool for building, enhancing your knowledge to cope up with your careers. Another important thing is understand the society issues and increase public awareness about the particular research area. And fifth one is see to love reading, writing, analyzing, and sharing valuable information to the society. Until you start the research journey, we don't have an option to do all those things. Reading, writing, everything is possible through day-to-day class process. What about analyzing and sharing? So this is where research is going to play a major role. We have an option to explore our idea through research community. So research is to transform our action to prove a theory and contribute to developing knowledge in the field or study. And next thing is working in a scientific way to search for truth of any problem for the betterment of our society needs. And getting funding from research agency. Nowadays, funding agencies, they are looking for only doctorate holders. If the person who is having a very good knowledge about the particular area, definitely the chances for getting the fund from the funding agency. And finally, career growth. Ultimately, if you do all those things, definitely you will get a very good career growth in terms of financially as well as knowledge wise. So these are all the major need why we want to do research. So nowadays, every people are looking for research. Once you complete the PG, they're looking for research. After doing research also, there are so many possibilities to do research. Now, coming to our main agenda. So how to start the research? So every people, they have a own methodology to start the research work. So I am guiding nearly around 9 PhD scholars. So apart from my scholars, there are so many students, they are asking me, sir, tell me the research topic. And also they don't know about the background of their own studies. So I am giving you the clue how to start your research journey. So first important thing is identify your own area of interest. So first important thing is identify your strength and weakness of your knowledgeable voice. Identify your area of interest. Based on the area of interest, you need to find the current challenges and issues in our society. Based on the issues, to find the related article in the following sources like IEEE transactions, IET, Springer, Elsewhere, Taylor and Francis, and Wiley. So these are all the major sources we can get some of the articles. After getting the articles, we need to download 20 to 30 articles from the above sources and conclusion for their papers. And we need to pick only 10 papers related to your own area of interest. That is very, very important. Based on your own area of interest, you need to start the research. This is my own experience, I am telling. After that, find the conclusion from the selected papers. There will be a future work and scope of improvement. As a researcher, you need to go through these important points: conclusion, future work, and scope for improvement. Select those points and search again in the particular transaction, IEEE transaction, IET, Springer, elsewhere, deeper into the particular area or issues. From that, identify the problem statement and objective of your research work. So before moving forward, these are all the important steps. First, we need to identify your own area, select the current challenges and issues. Then you can focus all the areas. Then you need to download 20 to 30 and you need to study from this paper, conclusion, future work. Then finally, you need statement and objective of your research work. Then how to proceed the literature work. So
Dear participants, sorry for that, let's say it as a technical problem. Uh, we'll just give us a 2 minutes time. I request Professor Deepa Madam to take the session. We'll rectify with Kumaraswamy sir, and we'll re-enable the session with Kumaraswamy sir in a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So this is Deepa from Computer Science Department. So I'll be like discussing on how to make your research visible and from where to start. Now, the first thing, it's very important that whenever say you have to start doing your PhD or you have to get into research, the very first question comes into your mind is which area, right? So in which area I have to do the research work, what should be my problem statement. So these are the few questions, and most of the people will be stuck at this point, and they take lots of time to say finalize their research area and research topic, right? So now one thing, with my own experience, I would say one way to get into the decision about the topic or the research area is you need to talk to people. The first thing is your network. So your research network is very very important. So how well you connect with the other researchers, and how well you discuss with them, so that will help you to fine tune your research area and your research topic. So today I'm going to say introduce you one such platform. Some of you might have already using this platform to get connected with the researchers. So that is nothing but a research gate. So research gate is a it's like a Facebook, like how you connect with your friends and relatives and your colleagues in the Facebook, right? Same way you have a social network for the researchers, and it is called as research gate. Okay, so to start with ResearchGate, you have to go to an URL researchgate.net. So here is a place where all the researchers throughout the world meet under same roof, and they'll be sharing their work, and they'll be asking lots of questions. You can answer, you can go through the others' work, and you'll come to know what is current trends in your specific area. And it's a easy platform to talk to worldwide researchers in your particular area. Not only your area, you can connect to any other areas researchers using this platform. So I'll be showing some of the benefits, other benefits, and how to access the people's say work, and how to get in touch with others, and how you can make use of it in your research. Okay, so first go to the link researchgate.net, and you have to log in. You have to create an account. Here you can give your Gmail ID, whichever you have, and you can create an account in this website. So logging to the ResearchGate, I'm not going to show you that registration part. I know most of you are aware of it. So I'll just directly get into my ResearchGate account using the mail ID. So here you have a login. So click on the login. So the first time users, you have to click on join for free and fill the small application form where you have to give your name and your email ID and the password. You'll get an activation link to your email ID. Just click on that and activate your account. After that, come back to the page and go to the login. So a combination of LinkedIn and ResearchGate is a very good platform to connect with the researchers. the researchers and also the industry professionals too, okay, to get the wide range of knowledge in your area. So you can also connect your LinkedIn profile to the research gate. All you have to do is you have to log in into research gate using a LinkedIn credentials. Then you will be connecting both the network. Okay, so I'm going to use my login ID. I'll just change this. Yeah. So once you log in, you'll go to your dashboard. Researchers, basically we should understand it's not a right way to do a research sitting in a corner, okay, without discussing anything to anyone. That's not an healthy research. So if your research should have a broader perspective and an insight, then you have to talk to many people, discuss with your ideas and get their inputs. Of course, you should know the extent to which you have to discuss about your problem statement, okay, to the other researcher. But research should happen by discussing with other researchers and other experts, so that many of the time when you're stuck with it, you will get a solution when you discuss with the people. So this is a platform where you can openly discuss about your research problem within the ethical limits, and they make sure that your ideas is not just taken away like that, or your materials what you are going to upload here is not just taken away like that. Okay, so this is a very ethical platform for researchers. So once you log in, you'll get a dashboard or a home feed here. So here you can see what other researchers have posted. So in your networks, it's just like how you add friends in your Facebook, right, and they'll be posting, and those posts comes to your home feed. So in the same way here also, so when you have a followers or you are following somebody, so when they post, their work will be on your home feed. Okay, so here on the home feed you can see. So if you want to follow a specific article, say it is of your interest in your area, you can click on the follow. Or if you want to recommend this article, say to your network, to your followers, then you can click on the recommend. So you're recommending or you're following the work of other authors. Okay, so that way. So if you have to upload your work, then you have a button here. Click on add new button. So here it will take you, you can manually add the details of your papers or books you have published, or say the technical report, or a data set you have constructed. So anything you can publish in this particular platform. Okay, so it is not only the paper, even a technical reports you can publish in this platform. So clicking on add new. Yeah, just fixing it. Yeah, now you can see the list of say articles you can publish. We have a variety of article options here. Say it can be a published research. If you have already published a journal or a paper in some conference or say journals, you can add those details here, and it can be a preprint. Suppose you can even get a review on your paper here. You can add a reviewers and get a review on a paper, so that review can be a preprint, can be presented, or it can be published here. And conference paper, and if you have a your own PowerPoint presentation, so that can also be published here. And if you have a poster that can be presented here. Okay, so it's not just limited to the journal. You can say publish any kind of articles here, not limited to your conference and a journal paper. Okay, so here is a list of things which you can say publish in ResearchGate. Even you can publish the data, or if you have any just a small code you have implemented, or any small methods you have implemented on your own. Okay, those things can be published here, and proposals if you have written, or which is accepted, and if you would like to share that to the others, then you can publish that here. And you can also start a project. So here there will be a project discussion. Say for example, you have started a project on a COVID research, and you want other researchers to join here in your project and give their review or the comments or their inputs. So then you can start a project, and then post it, you can share it, so that other researcher will follow your project, and they'll be giving their inputs, or some researchers might be using your project output. Okay, so these are the activities you can involve through the research gate. So I'll just show for the published research. Say for in the under the published research, you can include an article, a technical article, or a book chapter, or a code, say, or even a cover page of a book, or a, say proceedings which you are involved, or even experiment findings, or if you have got a negative results or an error, and that is a significant one, that also you can publish. And you can publish your patent here. You cannot apply for the patent already. approved patent you can publish here. And raw data you can publish, say you have collected a data which is not available on any other platform, and if you want to share your data, then you can publish raw data. Okay, you can publish your thesis here. Okay, so these are the different research findings and research outputs you can publish in the research gate. And this is a platform where you get an quick visibility to your work. So I'll just show you how to add the article. Same way you can provide you details for other entities also. Okay, so here you can add the file as a public, or you can add as a private. So the difference is public, anybody without your permission can access to your file. Now when you're shared file as a private, only the title of the file will be the topic will be shared to the others, okay, to your followers. So if they want a file, they need to ask your permission. They'll send a request. Okay, there is a button request for the file. So there will be a when they click on that, request comes to you, and if you want to share a file, you can click on say approve, or you can even reject the request. Okay, so if you feel you have a very significant data and you have to give it only for a specific users of researchgate, then you go for the private file. And if you say it's a generic data, anybody can access to that, then you can go for the public file. So I'll create a public file. I'll select that. So that's how the privacy of your data is ensured here for all the entities. You have these two options, whether you can make your work private or say public. So now I'll be just adding one paper. So I'm selecting an PDF file. So I'm adding a PDF file. Here is no like auto, retrieval of data from your PDF file like you have in other tools. You have to manually enter certain details for each and every article you are going to publish. It's not like you enter a PDF and certain fields will take automatically. It's not like that. So some of the fields you have to enter. See, the title and authors are taken and DOI is taken. Okay, so sometimes the DOI is not available, then you have to manually enter it, and date you have to manually enter it. Okay, so now you can click into continue. So all the papers which you want to publish, so you can say, yeah, you can add research to your profile when you are the author, right? So I was trying to add somebody else paper. Okay, so it will not allow. You should be one of the author according to your profile name, then only you can add a paper into your account. Okay, so this is another level of security researchgate is providing, say, to avoid impersonification, like somebody else work in somebody else name. It's not possible to publish in the say research gate. Okay, so you have to publish your own say PDF or your own paper. So next, going back to the I already have say few things added here. So same way, same procedure, you can add other entities also here, like book, chapter, okay, which you are associated with. You should be one of the author in that published entity. Then you can add into your account. Okay, so you don't have to be in a doubt that what if I publicly upload a file and somebody is taking that research paper in their name, because after all it's a social network, right? So you don't have to worry about that. You are allowed to you or anybody is allowed to upload the articles or the research findings only if they are part of it. Okay, so now coming to the profile part. So here uh, we have say notification. If anybody has sent you messages or any stats, okay, you'll get a notification here in the notification column, just like how you get a notification in the Facebook. Or if you have got any messages, so here it will be highlighted. So some researchers, they'll be sending their queries or their answers through the message. Here you can view that, and somebody will be asking you the questions, then you can find here in the question icon. So now coming to the uh, questions part. Okay, so click on this question. So this is a very useful feature of ResearchGate, where you can see the question posted by other researchers. Okay, so if you are an expert in an area, you can try answering to those questions, or you can just go through the answers which you can give, so that by answering to the questions, you can learn lot of things. So here you can even ask a question. Suppose if you are stuck with your research work, you can ask a question and the other researchers will be answering. Now there is something called as an RG score, research gate score. So depending on the number of questions you are answering, your score will be increasing. Okay, so that will, RG score will give you how well you are involved with the researcher, how active you are on the research gate. Okay, so nowadays in most of the places, even RG score is considered as an valid measure to see how you are active in the research. Yeah, it's loading. Yeah. So here you can see the questions say we think you can answer. So now whenever you are creating a new account, or say for the first time in ResearchGate, you will be asked for your areas, your research areas. Say for example, if your expertise or skills, or if your areas you have given as a networking, image processing, signal processing, okay, on machine learning, or say you are into polymer research, right? You have to give your areas there. So depending on that, you will be given a suggestions about the questions, right? Suppose if you have entered, you are interested in COVID research, or polymer science, or your research area is in nanotechnology, so other researchers, those who have posed the question in this area, will come to your feed. So here you can see, for example, say researcher Dr. Uma Shankar has given a question. Where can I buy GPU for purpose of COVID image and data processing with deep learning? So if you have any answer, if you want to share, then you click on the answer, and then it will go to their feed. And if you want to recommend this question to your followers, okay, if you know there are experts who can answer this question in your network, so you can say click on the recommend, so that your followers can also see the question. Or if you want to follow, if the same question is of your interest, you can follow that. So that way you'll be getting a notification whenever somebody is answering to this question. Okay, so or you can also upvote the answers given by the say other researchers. So here you can see one answer is given. If you click on that, you can view what answer given by the that particular researcher, and you can upvote if you like that answer, or if you feel that answer is true or correct, you can upvote that. So all these activities will contribute towards the RG score. It is just like how we are taking an citation H index, citation index. So nowadays, so some of the places they are looking for RG score also. Okay, so all each and every activity you are performing on the research gate will contribute towards the RG score. Now, say if you want to add ask any question, you can click on ask technical question, or if you want to start a discussion, say for one particular group of people, then you can click on start a discussion. Yeah, meanwhile it is loading, I would like to take a question. If you have any question, you can post it in the chat box. Yeah, there's a question. Why do we need to post our article on this site? Because the visibility. Okay, see, the one way is the people search for your article or your work in the Google, right? Only when the specific requirement. Suppose if I want a paper on a machine learning, then only in that case I'll be say searching for the article. But whereas this is a quick way of reaching to the people, okay, worldwide. So you, when you post it, you know, the people will get a notification, and that will give you the very quick visibility. And one more thing, researchgate also provides a citation. So I know as a researchers, you know how important a citation for our papers, right? Like Google Scholar will provide you the citation. So same way researchgate also helps you to get the citation to your articles. So that's why it's very important, or it is helpful if you are posting your article in this particular say platform. So in order to register in ResearchGate, college mail ID is asking, then what we have to do? Okay, so whenever, see, please register using Gmail ID, because in some of the university mail IDs, the ResearchGate, that option is not given. Okay, so for the first time when you're registering, register with the Gmail ID. As an alternate email ID, you can give your university ID or your official ID. So how we narrow the topic like image steganography? So just post a question related to that, so it will narrow down. Or you can search for just in the search box you can give as image steganography, or even a specific, say if you have to go for an registration in the steganography, you just give a image registration in a steganography, or say the combining or encoding the image. So you can give all you have to do is just select a proper write a search pattern. So that's how you can narrow down the topic. So yes, I'm not yet completed my PhD coursework. So can I also register myself in a research gate? See, research gate is for everyone. Okay, so even as students, even a BTech students, or say even a school students who want to get into the research, they can go for an account in the research gate. So provided maybe a age limit is there, you have to look into that. So anybody can register in this platform and make use of it. It is not that you have to register to PhD and then only you have to get into research gate. It's not like that. It's not necessary that you have to be part of any institution. There is a option called as an independent researcher. There is a option called as an academician. There is a option called as a student. So you can be in any one of these group and get into the research gate. So is there any reviewer for our article on this site? Yes. So there is a new option added. So you can invite people or an experts to review your paper before you submit to the journal. Okay, so that's what our preprints are. So you can get a peer review on this platform. So any more questions, you can put it in the chat box. So coming back to here, whatever question you want to ask, you just enter here, enter the question. So what is the status of current COVID-19 research? So this is a question I want to post, so I will give that here. And here description, if any further explanation is required, say on the question which you are asking, so you can give that details in the description box, right? Even you can upload images if you want to give any block diagram, or so any algorithms, or any of your design you want to ask a questions on, you can even add those images here. Okay, so yeah, once your question is ready, click on add. So you can even upload an additional files related to this particular question by clicking on add files and upload, and that will go to the questions, and it will be automatically visible to your follower. And if you make the questions are public, it's not that only your followers can see, even anybody on the research gate can see these questions. So coming back to the to your questions, do we get certified when our articles are posted on this? See, there is no certificates or as such provided, but it's a visibility. Of course, it provides the citations. Okay, so citations is like, even in this platform, the other researcher can use your say contribution, can use your paper, and they will be mentioning the details of your paper in the reference section of their paper, right? And they'll be citing your paper in their work. So the citation count will be added to your say paper. So there is no specific certificate as such given to your work published here. Yes, so it is possible to log in, only Gmail is sufficient. Yes, Gmail is sufficient to log in. You don't need any specific organization mail ID to get into this. So difference between paid journal and APC. So I think we have less time to cover. That's again another 1 hour session on paid journal and index journal. So all I suggest is always go for an index journals the papers or journals where it will be the journals will be stored in the database of Scopus or Elsevier. So go for this kind of journal. Of course there are some paid journals which is indexed in Scopus also. Okay, so it is up to the researcher to choose, right? But more reputation will be there when you are going for an index journal. So quality assurance of research papers. So it depends on where you are going to publish the journal, the reputation of the journal. Now, as I mentioned, your journal is say should be in a Scopus index, or it should be in IEEE transactions, or say it should be in a Elsevier, Springer. So these are all authorized and quality assured. The platforms where your work will be with the safe hands, and they make sure a quality. So without quality they are not going to index in their database. So this is one of the quality assurance metrics. And the second one is the citations. Okay, so if it is a quality research, then the more people would like to use it and refer it in their work, right? So if more number of citations you are getting for a paper, then it's an evident that that particular paper is a quality paper. Okay, so these are some of the quality assurance you can rely on.
Deepa madam, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
We have some queries from the YouTube participants.
Yes, sir, please.
Can I ask you those queries so that the participants will get to know or will listen the response?
Yeah, yes, sir. You can just message it. That will be easy for me.
Yeah. So the first query from the YouTube is, how is ResearchGate dealing with copyright issues when posting our papers?
So as you saw, whenever the first time when I tried to upload the PDF file of somebody else's paper, it was not allowing for me. That's the first thing. Okay, so that comes, it is ensuring the copyright issues. I cannot simply take somebody else paper and upload in the first case. Or say some of the researchers are simply taking your paper, right, and then they are copy and pasting it directly in their article without going for citation. So we have many other platform, right, to identify that. ResearchGate is not the only platform, because whenever you publish in a journal, they will be uploading your content in the Google Scholar, in PubMed, right, in lots of databases, right? So if any copyright is violated, so obviously it is visible in other platforms also. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. There is one more query. Will
Yeah.
the ResearchGate increase our citation?
Yes, definitely it will increase your citations. So I have got citations through ResearchGate. I have experience on my own. Yes, it will give more visibility. Google Scholar may take some time to update your citations or for visibility, but here on ResearchGate you will get a quick citations.
That's it as of now, ma'am. Thank you. You can
Okay.
continue, ma'am.
So this is about questionnaire. So I'll coming to the another one is jobs. So here you can see the postings about research oriented jobs. So here you can look for a job and you can apply from here directly. But all you have to do is you have to build your profile nicely. Okay, so you have to add all the details in your profile, just like how in LinkedIn you can apply directly. Same way here also you can apply for jobs mostly related to the academics and research oriented jobs are posted here. So next question, what are the benefits of a published paper for co-author? Can co-author publish paper on ResearchGate? See, whenever, yes, you can connect all the authors, just you have to tell your co-authors to open an account in the ResearchGate. So when you're adding your article, you can add your co-authors too. So that way your visibility and their visibility will also be increased. So you can include any number of co-authors. So coming back, here is a job search. So here you can see there are the jobs listed out with respect to your area, what you have mentioned. Carefully mention the areas when you are opening the account. Okay. So as per that, you will get a job suggestion here. So you can view for more details, or you can just view and read out the details and you can apply for jobs here. So if you want to see your Raji score, so click on this icon or power G. So it will take you to the Raji score, where you can keep track of your Raji score content. Yeah, membership is completely free. You don't have to pay for any of the services on the ResearchGate. It is completely free. So for those who are finding difficulty when ResearchGate is asking for the institution sign up, somewhere there is an option called a skip. You can skip that option and you can ignore giving your institution ID also. Yeah. So one last important feature of ResearchGate account. Okay, next question. Can I publish my work here before it gets published in journals? Please don't already published. But if you have to get a review on a particular paper, then only you publish it, but only for the specific reviewers, not as a public file. Okay, so don't publish before it gets published in the journal, right? Only for review, but whenever you are submitting it for review, you have a different privacy settings. So with that, you can publish. Okay, so I recommend all public files should be your already published work. Slow Loading. Yeah. So here you can see the overview. See here you can see next to my photo there is a number that is 10.77. So this is a RG score. Okay, so this is a RG score. What you get, and see my main area of interest I have given as medical image processing, so I get a related stuffs on the home feed or related questions and related job. So here on the overview page you can see I have given other additional skills also, so that I can view. This is my data what I have given. So you can see the stats overview. So this is very important for us. So total research interest, okay, 6.69.5. So again, depending on the individual activity or in a specific area of research, so what the activities I'm involved, okay, according to that, this rating will be given 69.5 and 43 recommendations. So other researchers have recommended around 43 articles for me. And see, this is a citation. So somebody asked a question, can I get a citation in the research gate? Now you can see I've got a 12 citations from research gate. Okay, so see, you can even get a citations for your technical report also. So that's the difference between the other platform and this. Okay, so whenever you publish a paper, it will be a research article, right? So if you have any other generic article or technical reports, if you have a data sets, and if somebody is using the data set, then also they will cite it. Okay, so that also counts or contributes to your citations on the research gate. So this is another advantage. And reads is how many people have read the article which I have posted, right? So there are around 29,993 people have read, okay, my work which I have posted in the research gate. So all these stats will contribute towards the RG score, and it will say how active you are in the research. And here, so in the research overview, how many items say you have published. Now for example, I have published total 47 research items. So this 47 includes a book chapter, or a data, or say paper, conference papers, or journal papers, anything altogether. Say there are around 47 research items, and there are two projects which I have initiated, the discussion I have initiated, and 13 questions I have answered for other researchers. And 76 questions I have asked to the other researchers, and 76 questions I have answered for other researchers. Okay, so these are the stats you can see, and this shows your involvement. Say whenever you add a new project, say here the projects will be listed out. So I have added two projects here. So whenever I get a new results and I want to update, I'll be click on add update, and I'll be adding the results, new results of this project, so that it will help for the further discussion. Okay, so this is important. Now when I click on this citation, so because as a researcher our main concentration is on the citations, right? So that will help you to measure your research performance. Okay, meanwhile it loaded, I'll take the question. So please send the PPT. Sorry, this is not PPT, this is a live demo I'm giving. So I can't share the PPT. How to extract locked citations or research paper? You have to send a message to the researchers. You have an option request for a article or request for a paper. Then you can extract the locked citations. there. So click on that. Message will go to that particular author, and they will be, if they like, they want to share that work, so they'll be sending you the more details. What is the area in which we have more future scope? Why didn't you post this question in the research gate? Hope so you'll get the answer. So is there any process how we create interest in research work? So is it for your interest towards a research, or others interest towards your research? If it is others interest towards your research, use a platform like this. So if your interest towards research, then talk to an expert, so you'll get inspired. So here you can see, say the citations. If I click on this view, I'll even come to know the authors and the papers in which the the papers are cited. Okay. So what is citation? It is a score, or it is a number which will be given to you depending on how many people are using your research work. Okay. So that is called as a citation. It will give you an idea about how many people are using your say paper, or your research work, or your content. So that is called as a citations. So if you click on view, you can see the list of authors and even their papers in which your say papers are cited. So add your articles. So you can post a question, answer a question. So increase your RG score. It's very fun to see increasing your RG score. So you can post a question, answer a question. So increase your RG score. And you can help to get the citations and then you can help to get the citations and then you can help to get the citations and then search for the jobs. Okay.
Yeah, sorry for that interruption. Just give us a minute time. We'll be connecting back with the speaker. Hope my voice is clear, or am I audible? So just give us a minute time. We'll be connecting back with the speaker due to some technical glitch. Uh, just give us a minute time. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, thank you for being patient. We have a couple of announcements now. Our first session was supposed to be with the Dr. Kumaraswamy sir. Due to technical glitch, we couldn't proceed in the initial session. Now Dr. Kumaraswamy sir is back with us, let's say, presentation. We have solved the technical issues with Kumaraswamy sir. Session will be continuing with the Kumaraswamy sir. And Deepa ma'am sessions will go as per schedule. Ma'am session is at 4 o'clock, which will be focusing on ResearchGate, Jotaro, and other online, let's say, platforms. Right now, ma'am has covered only on the ResearchGate. Remaining applications or tools will be covering at 4 o'clock from Deepa ma'am. It will continue, ma'am's, Deepa ma'am's session will be continuing at 4 o'clock as per schedule. Now we are back with Dr. Kumaraswamy sir. In meanwhile, we thank Dr. Deepa ma'am to immediately take an initiative and come forward and addressing the participants. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for participants for bearing with us due to this technical issues. Over to you, Kumaraswamy sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vivek, sir. Sir, can you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. We are able to see your screen.
Can you able to my screen, sir?
Yes.
Vivek, sir? Yes, sir. Thank you. So, dear participants, so due to some network issues, not able to continue. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you, Deepa madam, to continue the session. So now I'll proceed with my session. So in the previous discussion, we have how to proceed with our research work. So now we are going to discuss about why we need for literature review. So in the literature review, we need to mention so many things. So what is meant by literature review? It's a short description about our research work. So identify our research gap, mainly used in the literature review. After that, drawbacks in the existing research work also we need to address in the literature review. So get more questions from the other research studies, also support in the literature review, and identify the need for future enhancement of our research work. That is a main thing, scope of our research, and identify the relationship between yours and existing work. And another important need is identify the contribution of research work, and place your own research work within the existing work. And finally, relate why further study is needed. So these are all the points why we need to do the literature review. So there are so many elements in the literature review. So in the literature work, we need to do explore the existing information in the field of your own research and existing methodology, and locate major formative works in the field of research. Another important element is key researchers working on your own area. You need to find all those things and find main ideas, conclusions, theories, establish similarities and differences with your own work. Notice main methodologies and research techniques. What are the research work? And identify the gaps in the existing research work. So the relationship between previous studies and theories and theorems, etc. Another important thing of elements is provide contacts with existing work. So these are some of the elements looking for in the review. So this is the table representation for format. So once we go through any article, per journal name, publisher name, year of publication, volume, issues, number. And another important column is author name. And remaining statement is problem addressed in the particular article. Another column represented is what methodology they are used in the existing work. And another important thing is we need to represent author contribution in the particular article. So these are all the things we can retrieve from the paper. As an author, as a researcher, we need to do in the last column. What is the contribution? What deficiency they are following? And what is the research gap? So based on the last column only, we are proceed further for our research work. So this is the table drawn my own representation. So the weakness of literature review, literature survey is when the paper includes references like I, we, and they. It should be in the third person. It is reported, it's noticed, demonstrated. Sentence should not be copied with changing tense. It should be written in the past participle tense. So these are some of the noticed in the research article. Now coming to conference and journal paper comparisons. So we have a chance to publish our paper either conference or journal. In the conference may be international or national. In the journal may be also national, international. What is a major difference? So whereas in conference paper, we have a chance to for oral presentation and poster presentation or table discussion. Whereas in journal paper refers to article that is published in the issue of particular journal. Here, there is no chance for presentation in the journal papers. And review process in the conference paper is typically within fixed window. Whereas in journal, review process may have different people and different set of peoples with month to take 6 months to 1 month time. And conference paper in the collections called as proceedings with ISN number, ISBN numbers. Whereas in journal paper, typically published in the particular journal name with issue. In conference paper, only accept and reject conditions. Whereas some of the review comments from the reviewer, based on the review comments, we can update in possibility in the journal paper. Whereas in conference paper, it is not possible. In the conference paper, tend to have fixed page limits with restricted contents, preliminary findings. Whereas in journal paper, tend to have generous page limits, but typically require with work to be more comprehensive and self-contained written. In the conference paper contains major novelty and innovation, whereas in journal paper contains research work and results only. In the conference paper, publication process is very quicker, whereas in journal paper, it takes 1 month to 6 months of processing the publication. So in the conference paper, have extended further articles, whereas in journal paper, we need to work with fully described in the article. In conference paper, present the research work in the specified audience in the particular venue. Whereas in journal paper, no need for presentation, but many people can read their article. In conference paper, published in the proceedings, rarely in IEEE and Scopus. Whereas in journal paper, published in IEEE, Scopus, Springer, Elsevier, Taylor, Francis, Valley, etc. So these are the major comparisons in conference and journal papers. We'll proceed further. So what are the research article publication types? So these are the types of publication: conference publication, either national as well as international, and journal, and book chapter, and product development, apply for funding, and patent filing. If you filing the patent, we can earn from the lifetime income. So these are the possibilities how to publish our research article. Types of journal articles. So there are so many types of research article. Original research, that is for used to publish the full research paper. What is our contributions? We need to publish as a original research. And short reports or letters. These papers communicate brief reports of data from the original research. And review articles, this provides the comprehensive summary of the research work. Whereas in case studies, these articles report specific instances of interesting phenomena. So how to apply our research work to outside work? So there are so many possible book chapter, product, and pattern. So once we cover our paper, first where to apply? That is a very good important question. Publish. Initially, we need to up journal publications. Why? Because once we apply the national conference, we can go and present some of our ideas. We can get comments from the panel members. Based on the panel member comments, we can incorporate those changes in our article in the national conference paper. So based on, for example, based on your own area is artificial intelligence. You can get specific commands to only based on your paper. For example, artificial intelligence, conference related work. So present your ideas in the international conference. You can incorporate all the commands in the national conference reviewers can incorporate to the international conference paper. Again, you need to apply either national conference or international conference. So then you can get some of the queries from the international conference panel members. You can incorporate those changes into your article. Then now you are ready to prepare your own journal paper. So before going to apply in the journal paper, you need to apply to national conference, get some comments from the reviewers, panel members, then you can incorporate, then you can publish to international conference, then you can get some comments from the international conference reviewer, then you can incorporate the comments to your article. Now you are eligible to apply in the journal paper. So now coming to proceed, how to prepare our journal paper. So what are the components of our journal paper? Everyone knows, if you take any article, so these are the major components: abstract, introduction. Introduction is a part of the literature review, and article, a text with body, that is a method, modules used, and result discussion. After the discussion, conclusion and future work, references. The references, you need to mention all the citation. So these are the major components in any article. We will discuss one by one. So what is about abstract? So abstract is nothing but brief summary of your work. It is mentioned within 250 words. It will contain the description of your problem statement and problem setting, and outline of the study, experiment, argument, and summary results. It provides so that readers examine your article can decide quickly whether article meets their needs or not. Another important element in the abstract is keyword. The keyword describes the finding of your article in the online through internet. Okay. So once you given your article, once you given your keywords, it should appear your paper in the internet. That is the objective of the keyword. Introduction is mainly for describing topic on problem the author is research. The author will present their thesis of their argument or goal or their research. Introduction may also discuss the relevance or importance of the research questions. So these are all the components in the introduction part of your research article. Coming to body of your paper, it should describe the all your work. Everything we need to clearly mention with numbering in terms of equation. Also, if you want to mention figure number, you need to mention figure number with. If you want to describe in the table format, in the top of the table, we need to mention components involved in the introduction part. Now coming to results and discussion. So this result and discussion is very, very important as a researcher. Here, this is major thing. Here only we need to represent other research work or encourage other researchers to extend or follow your research work. Another important components in the journal paper is references. So reference is most paper provide references at the end of the paper. Provided in your research article. So you can use this list of references to find additional scholarly article and books on your topic. So after framing your research article, where you want to apply. So these are the possibility you can apply your research article. Journal paper apply only, journal having more citations. So why we want to insist at more number of authors. And also we should look only more impact factor journals. And also IEEE transaction, Springer, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis Whaley, InterScience, Scopus. So these are all the major thing you want to apply your journals. So thank you for your patient listening. Sorry for the inconvenience due to network issues. If you have any queries, you can reach me in my mail ID or you can check with my YouTube channel. Thank you,
Thank
Vivek
you,
sir.
Kumaraswamy sir. Thank you for your presentation. Audience, you can ask your queries in a QA section. Probably sir will be answering your queries in QA section until we connect to the next speaker.
Participant, you can send a questions to chat message. So now I'll go through the question and answer session. So how we come to know prepared abstract is right or wrong. So before publishing your either national or international conference paper, you need to check the plagiarism. So once if you check the plagiarism, you may know your research work is existing or not. Jayshree, which type of paper you suggest to start writing, journal or conference? So of course, I'm suggesting initially you go for national conference related to your own area of interest. There are so many conferences they are conducting each and every organization. You can look into your own area of interest. Then you can apply. Should we start with review paper? If yes, very good. You can start with your review article. You need to go through 10 to 15 articles. Then you can prepare your own literature paper based on all my commands and table format. Then you can apply as a review article or study article. So once you apply, you will get so many commands from the reviewers or conference international. Then you can incorporate those commands to your article. Very good morning. Very good informative session, sir. Okay, thank you. Rajeshwari, sometime while searching on my algorithm, this reference paper not suitable to my research. Meanwhile, if I search on my topic, that paper also not suit to my content. So that's why initially you need to focus clearly what is your area of contribution. Then you need to search only particular area of area to IEEE.org website. Then you will get more article. Then you can study abstract, conclusion, and future work. So based on that, you can pick those points. Then you can search again into Google or IEEE.org. Then you can specifically select those papers. Maximum you can select 5 to 10 articles. Then you can proceed your own research work. How we come to know prepared abstract is right or wrong? Just answered. Thank you so much, sir. How to collect reference paper. So based on your own area of interest, you can get the reference paper. Let us say the area of interest is artificial intelligence. Then you can search real-time issues or challenges in artificial intelligence. You can search it in the IEEE.org. Then you will get more paper related to that questions. Then you can study introduction, abstract, conclusion, and future work. You can pick those points. Then you can search again. Moving down, how to extract logged papers like Sci-Hub, any other app. So some of the articles we need to pay and get it. Better you can search in the keywords in the Google. You will get more papers. Instead of searching only in IEEE.org, you can search it in the Google. You will get more papers. The Scopus indexing or UGC preferred journal is good for Indian researchers. So based on your own interest, you can go with only unpaid journals with Scopus and SCI. Next, second priority is UGC referred journal. So first I suggest you can publish to your own area of interest with national conference. Then you can get some comments from the national conference reviewers. Then you can incorporate those changes into your article. Then you can publish to international conference. You can get some comments. You can incorporate those comments. Then you can apply to a literature paper. Then you can go for Scopus UGC. So this is the procedure. If you follow this procedure, definitely I'm telling you, definitely you will publish your paper. Don't directly publish to your journal paper. Thank you. And Shantini Shanmugam. We have
Kumaraswamy sir, sorry
sir.
to interrupt you. We
Yes,
have
sir.
some queries from the YouTube also.
Yes, sir.
I'll be once you answer the recent query, I'll be asking you those queries.
Yes, sir.
If you can give them the suggestions, that will
Yes,
be
sir.
audible to the people who are watching in YouTube also.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So we have to take reference paper only from current and previous year. So I'm suggesting, this is my own experience, you can take only previous 2 years, because if you take before 3 years paper, some of the researchers, they may already incorporate or implemented their work. So that's why I'm suggesting you can take last 2 years paper. You can share PPT. Yes, of course, at the end of the session, we will share the YouTube link. You can get all the details.
Kumaraswamy sir, there is a
Yes,
query
sir.
from YouTube
Yes,
live. How to cover the challenges in data selection?
So data, yes, sir. Data selection, there are so many sites are there, like there are, yes, other panelists, can you answer for that? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
We are
sir.
just checking with Chandrasekhar Shastri, sir. Sir has
Yes, sir.
just joined this panel.
Yes.
Sir, warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, participants. After introduction about Dr. Chandrasekhar Shastri, sir, we will continue. Okay. So remaining questions, we will answer to your mail ID. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Over to you, Vivek, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I think video has been disabled.
Yes, sir. I'm just making it, sir. Just
okay.
Yes, sir. Now I guess you can, sir. Sir, shall we start, sir? Can I go ahead with
yes.
the homework?
Yes. Go ahead. We'll start the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kumaraswamy, sir, for giving the insights about the how to start the research, or let's say it as a giving more insights for the participants to go ahead with the data collection or the literature, how to do it. Thank you. Participants, we request you to hold on your questions. Probably once Dr. Shastri sir's session is done, we will take your questions in the lunch break, or let's say in the valedictory session. Due to many queries, we could answer only few questions. Thank you for your patience. Please hold on your questions. We'll be answering your questions. Now we'll be going to the next session. All right. So we have with us the in a panel member, Dr. Chandrasekhar Shastri, sir. Sir, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
A small biography of Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir. Sir is currently working as a Dean, PG Studies at FET in JAIN University. So, born in 1965, Sir has earned his bachelor's and master's degree in 88 and 90 respectively in the EC engineering domain. He proceeded to get his doctoral degree in fiber optic communication from Indian Institute of Science. He has served as a lecturer, assistant professor, head of the department for both day and evening colleges at BMSE. He is also a chairman for the Board of Examination as well as Studies in the Bangalore University, BTU. In 2000, he moved from academics to corporate, like Infosys Technologies. He worked as a software engineer, module lead, project manager, senior project manager, and head of education and research in telecom sector. The client companies included Cisco, Lucent, or Nortel, and many more. He has traveled widely to present technical papers in conferences. He has published literature in various journals in forums of international reputed journals. Yes, it has been a journey all along with a good hike too. Incidentally, he likes to trek at high altitudes, go for snorkeling and make friends with one and all. So with this small introduction, we welcome you for the session, sir. Over to you,
Thank
sir.
you, Vinna. Thank you, Vivek. It's very nice of you. So I'll start the session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Very good morning to all of you. So in the next 1 hour, I'll be taking you through the research ethics and IPR. So these are the two things which I would want to basically speak to you on. So what basically is research ethics? So you have heard a lot about research. When you start the research, the ethics should also be part and parcel of yourself. Okay, that is what is intended. And globally, that is what is being looked at. First and foremost thing, so why should we think about ethics in research? So if you just look at what Wright brothers did in the beginning of 19th century, they just created something like an aircraft. And today you are aware how an aircraft is after almost 120 years. Lot of research, lot of improvements have gone on. So the first and foremost thing, actually in the 60s and 70s, many people, many pilots have laid their lives because the safety was looked into in the aircrafts. But when they started flying aircrafts, obviously, something would go wrong and they would have a deep dive, which would be pathetic, which would take the lives away. So if you just look into something like 1990s research, a lot of people engage themselves in something like the simulation of a flight. So this actually led to the autopilot later on. But still, when I entered into the research domain in the beginning of 90s, this was one of the challenges which was there, and I could have taken up this work. But I said, okay, I will take up work on photonic materials, that is optical fiber communication. But so this was one of the challenging research topics those days. So now today, a pilot doesn't have to sit on an aircraft, right? So he can do the entire thing, all the controls, everything is done at the ground. And then he has a luxury of feeling the entire thing on ground. And then he sits and takes off in the aircraft. So if you just look at the research also involves experimentation. So let us think about the experimentation. what really went on in the bygone days. So if you just think about the vaccines, it could be the Louis Pasteur, or it could be many scientists in Europe. So when they started the research, they had to basically inject a lot of vaccines and a lot of things. They had to experiment on the human beings. And at that point of time, yes, many people have laid their lives. So basically, it is very important that we think about the safety. So this is the first thing what you have to think about in the research, okay? In the research ethics, safety to oneself and safety to others is the main thing. So just, I mean, let us look at what Madame Curie did. Madame Pierre Curie was the person who actually went into the invention of the radioactive elements. And in fact, Madame Curie, his wife, was a researcher. She contributed a lot to the work, to the domain of radioactive elements. But at the same time, what happened was she laid her life because of the radioactive elements. She developed cancer and she laid her life. So if you just look into the history of research, a lot of people have dedicated researchers. So they have laid their lives for the cause of research, for the cause of a particular domain, for the cause of a particular subject. That is something very intriguing. So I was just giving you the example of an autopilot. So where the computer engineers have contributed to the aeronautics, and today the entire pilot training happens on the ground. Okay, I mean, they are not airborne. Okay, this is something where you actually choose properties. I mean, where you actually choose problems in research. So I was telling you about the safety aspect. Yes, what do you feel Osama bin Laden, did he do research or not? So if you just look into the Twin Towers, which were there in US, in fact, I mean, you are aware that 9/11, 2001, both the towers came down, the North and the South Towers. In fact, during that time, I was in Boston, and then I could physically see what was happening, and I was physically in that environment. So, I mean, I know what happened during that period of time. If you just look into how much of research was put into construction of the building, it was basically 108 floors. So for constructing a building in a large stature, it is very difficult. In fact, people had to do a lot of research. Again, it is application research, what was done in the area of civil engineering and mechanical engineering. So they developed the structure, they built the structure, and the structure was so robust that even with the Richter scale 6.9 earthquake, not even a single 6.9 Richter scale, I repeat, 6.9 Richter scale, not even a single crack would develop in that building. So just think about Osama bin Laden, who had to do a lot of research to bring that building down. So that is something, yes, so we have to look at. So there in his research, yes, he did a lot of research and he brought the Twin Towers down. But the safety aspect, in the first instance, he did not look into the safety aspect of other people. So when you are actually choosing a research problem, you should have this ethic. You should look at the safety aspect. It should not basically cause trouble to others. That is very important. So, I mean, if you just look at the risk mitigation, today, if you are before taking any research, the professor would generally ask his student, what about the safety aspect and what about the risk mitigation? So you have to actually do a very great thing. You have to look into it. See, I mean, just take the same example. In a nuclear plant, I was telling you about the Madame Curie's story, where she developed cancer because of her research on radioactive elements. Similarly, when you just think about the nuclear plants, a lot of nuclear plants have been developed. They are there around the globe today. But what if something happens? Even if there is a small leakage, it actually causes a catastrophe. And then many lives will be laid. So you are also aware about the tsunami which came in. So now a lot of research have taken place. And then today, at that point of time in 2005, we did not have many devices to detect tsunami and forewarn us. But today we have devices which can forewarn people before 24 hours. So that is how researchers have laid their lives in researching any of these things, and the concept of safety has come in. So I was telling you about the research, the risk mitigation. Basically, when you take up any research, at the end of it, they ask you for the societal benefit. So when you want to quote about the societal benefit, the risk mitigation could be one of them. Okay, if it is very dangerous, and if actually, I mean, when you look at the education part of it, you can actually avoid all of these dangers. So, but at the same time, I mean, when I was actually researching on the photonic materials at IISc, people used to scare me. They were saying that the chemicals which are there in the lab and which you use, basically, I mean, yes, I'm an engineer, I'm an electronics engineer, but still I had to work on the physics, I had to work on the chemistry, I had to work on mathematics. All these basic science concepts will contribute to your research during engineering. All right, so it is not that you cannot push away any of these things. So yes, I mean, chemical research, I mean, yes, I entered the chemical lab at IISc, and then I had to do a few things there. So at that point of time, the nitric acid actually fell on my hand, and even to this day, I have a small scar, which is because of the nitric acid. So while actually working with chemicals, one should be very careful, very careful. I would underline that. And then we were actually experimenting on the lasers, because the laser light had to get into the crystals, had to get into the optical fiber. It had to carry the data. That was at a later date. But the carrier had to get into the optical fiber. So during that time, I mean, we had to risk by wearing all the required goggles, and then we had to basically look at the risk mitigation, and we had to follow the norms sacrosantly, because in the laser light, the radiation will be in the infrared region of the spectrum. So if it is in the infrared region of the spectrum, you can't even see. Your eye cannot see, but this radiation can directly enter into your eye, and it can damage your retina. So now, I mean, today, if you look at the laser surgery performed by the ophthalmologists, basically what do? They have the IR radiation or the laser, and they focus that on the particular muscle for a duration of a few microseconds, and they actually burn the retina, burn the muscles, and then the person is cured. So this is what has happened, and it is due to research in multidisciplinary field. So especially when you are basically working on a multidisciplinary field, the acceptability of risk, and you need to actually volunteer that you need to work in this domain. In fact, I mean, I actually went to the UMBC, University of Maryland, Baltimore County. So that, actually in the year 93, our team here at IISc, I mean, including my professor, in fact, I did have a few contributions on that. We developed a mathematical model, and then we developed the simulation for the optical fiber. So that had to be delivered in the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. So I was there for 15 days, that is 2 weeks. So basically, I mean, I had to educate, I had to give sessions for the people there, and then the students there, the professors there, and then I had to tell them the model, what we had developed. I had to give a demo. And so that's how, I mean, it was. So during that time, I was astonished. Here at Indian Institute of Science, we did not have an air shower. So in UMBC, we had to take an air shower, which meant that you wear all the gadgets before you get into the optics lab. And then you also go through something like an air shower, which actually takes away the particles on your clothes or on yourself. Okay, you go through an air shower and then enter. So a lot of research has gone into this. And I was telling you that if there are some risks which are involved, your professor or the chairman or head of the department would tell you that voluntarily you need to take a particular, or you have to abide by those rules. Only then you will be allowed to enter into that research domain. As I was saying, you experimental research involves all of these things. And obviously, once you finish your research, you can basically look at the benefits that are accrued. So if somebody had actually not voluntarily gone into that domain, okay, so that is again the research ethic, where you actually sign up voluntarily to go through certain things. You don't basically see that, yeah, I mean, there is a danger in this and I will not take up this research. Today, what has happened in the last 3 months, 4 months, we are facing the lockdown. And today, if you look at it, lot of paramedics, not even the medical students, the paramedics, they are getting into research with respect to the coronavirus. So in the first instance, yes, in Wuhan, it was leaked. So why did it happen? Yes, if the researchers were basically cautious, okay, this leak would not have happened. It is not that they are doing the research on the virus today. Okay, they have been doing it from last 20 years now. I mean, I don't think anytime the leak has happened. But now, yes, it happened. And it has taken the entire globe under toll, right? So the coronavirus, yes. So basically, now people are engaging in the research. It could be right from the genetic level, from the DNA level, or it could be something like how the infection moves. And I mean, I know people at ISC who are actually working on the prevention steps and how it can be mitigated, how the research, how the risk can be mitigated. People are working on that. In fact, I mean, I have one of my father's cousin. He is emeritus scientist now, but still he goes to IISc even to this day for working on this corona part of it. Yes, the magnitude of research is very high, and the proximity where you get into any of these things is also very high. You have to follow certain norms if you have to get into the research. So what is the research ethic here? You look at the magnitude of the research, what you're doing, and you also look at the proximity, basically what happens. So when you are basically assessing it, you have to actually look at the uncertainty part. So how much of uncertainty is involved in this, and then what are all the basically design steps, and how do you really get into this? You need to indicate to the others, and you also have to document properly the risk benefit analysis. This becomes one of the ethics, and it is said that before one enters into the research, actually, I mean, when you look at it, when a person enters into the medical profession, they take an oath. Similarly, before you enter into the research profession, you have to take an oath on saying that, yes, you are going to document and you are going to look at the risk benefit analysis. So now here you have two things. One is the personal risk, the other one is the public risk. As I was saying, yes, Osama bin Laden, he did do a lot of research, but at the same time, there was a lot of risk to public. So what was the risk? Basically, I mean, 2 aircrafts were involved in taking off from Boston and then going and hitting the Twin Towers in New York. So at that point of time, radars were also not powerful as what it has happened today. But yes, so things did happen, and then a lot of research have happened. And today, radars have improved so much that no such risk has happened, no such building crash has happened. So this is something what has really happened in the public life. So today we have skyscrapers in Seattle, we have skyscrapers in Chicago, not only New York, and then we have it in Hong Kong, we have it in Singapore, we have it in Tokyo. Not Tokyo, I mean Tokyo, not many things. Kyoto, yes, I mean the maximum thing there is about 40 floors. So, but I mean, again, not many skyscrapers in Japan, but in Australia, yes, it has happened in Sydney, Melbourne, right? So again, we don't have to go very far. Even in India, a lot of things have come up, and here, many people have indicated the risk mitigation steps, the risk benefit analysis have happened, and lot of examples can be given for the improvement of safety. Okay, safety of oneself and safety of the people around you. So this is something which is very, very important. And then the next step, what you have to look into is confidentiality and conflicting interests. So what is this confidentiality? So whenever you are doing the research, usually your professor says, don't reveal what you're working to either the co-researchers or to the co-professors. Most of the time, they would say you have to maintain the confidentiality. So if you had looked at the movie on Robo by Rajnikant, you would see that there would generally be another professor who would want to steal away the research, what is going on in this particular laboratory, or what is the research that is being done by a person who is working in that domain. Sometimes, I mean, it is very, very difficult. Actually, I mean, I will give you an analogy here. So the research today doesn't happen only in research labs and universities. It happens in the corporates as well. I know one particular case which happened in the year 96. In 96, Motorola was doing very well. It was basically one of the 100 Fortune companies. And then people who actually wanted to work in Motorola. That was their basic aim in 1996. So like that, a particular team, which was of the size of 150 people, was deployed. And there were a lot of PhDs from the University of Purdue, University of Carnegie Mellon. I know this particular project very closely because I mean, because of various reasons. And then they actually had to do research on the soft modem. So today you are aware of the modem, and without modem, nothing works. Okay, so internet. Basically, I mean, you enter into the internet using a modem, right? So at that point of time, Motorola engaged so many people and it invested millions of dollars into the research of soft modem, right? Yes, people did do a lot of research for about 2 years. I still remember in the mid-98, they were ready with a prototype, okay? And then Motorola was also planning to release that sometime during the September, October of 98. But before that, in June 98, Yeah, I mean, should I name the organization? No, I mean, I don't want to name another organization. The entire confidentiality was leaked from Motorola to that organization. They implemented the soft modem. They even sold the soft modem before Motorola could plan for its release. So, yes, out of 150 engineers who were working and who did work with a lot of confidentiality, there were a few black sheep, right? So they leaked out, and then, yes, they leaked out, and it went out, the research went out. So confidentiality is one other research ethic that a person should have. You should hold that confidentiality to yourself, to your professor, unless you submit your thesis. Unless you submit your thesis, you should hold the confidentiality. And here also comes the conflicts of interest. Say, for example, I mean, you are very confidential, okay? I mean, it is not that 3 or 4 years when you're doing your research, you don't go for a cup of coffee or you don't dine with any of your research mates. So at any point of time, if you or if one of your friends, okay, he reveals the work what he is doing, okay, many of the time there would be conflicts of interest. So you have to avoid that conflict of interest, and you have to basically stick to, and you should always potentiality at the major thing. And if you have heard something, just leave away. If you have heard from your right ear, your left ear is always there to leave out whatever you have heard. Okay, so basically you have to be very, very thin. And when we actually come to the corporate today, what happens, as I was saying, in the corporate, research is conducted. So here you would actually remain with one professor for your entire duration of research, and you would not change. But at the same time, this doesn't happen in a corporate. Say, for example, think about the Microsoft. Microsoft has offices around the globe, starting from Australia, Sydney. They have offices in Asia Pacific, Singapore, Korea, India, and then they have offices in the Europe. Okay, I mean, it could be UK, it could be France. They have offices around the globe, and research happens in all of these places. So what if a person quits his job from Microsoft and he joins another company? Mostly during the interview of the other companies as well, it could be again one of the Fortune 100 companies, right? So a person has changed his job from Microsoft to another company. At that point of time, generally in the interview, they ask the personnel whether they would reveal the interest of the previous company. So generally the answer should be no. And then you are not supposed to reveal the work what you had done in the previous company. You can't even claim a patent what you have earned with the previous company, because usually when you are signing for the corporate, I will just come to what exactly we mean by a patent in another 15 to 20 minutes, right? So basically when you look at it, so you can't even tell what exactly is the work. That is the kind of confidentiality you should have even when you change the job. What is ethic? What is research ethic? The ethic is that you should not leave out the confidentiality of the previous company even if you have changed your job. Yes, people will respect for you. People will respect you. I have seen with my own eyes. If I have not revealed what I have done in my lab and in my this thing, yes, people would respect. So here we can justify that confidentiality has to be had, and the justification goes in all the case studies what I gave you. And again, there should not be conflicts of interest, and we should basically have a good morale. It is called as morale, and this is the morale in research. Okay, in research ethics, you should have morale, which will basically take away, which would basically take you up in the ladder. It's very, very important. All right. So publishing one paper or selling away the patent for a few dollars will not take you anywhere. You should morale work till 60 years or even 70 years. But if your morale is bad and if you want to sell it off, yes, for a few dollars or a few rupees, you would just give away your research from what you have done in the previous company, and then nobody even recognizes you later on. So that is where you have to actually look at the teamwork. Okay, so when yes, this happens in corporate, and it happens today because we actually look at multidisciplinary problems. So some person from biology would be working with you, or I mean, just take the corona itself. All right, so computer science, biologist, and then physicist, mathematician. Yes, everybody have to come together to actually throw away the coronavirus from this world, right? So similarly, I mean, there could be a lot of things. Take, for example, the genome research, the DNA research. So in this case, it is just not sufficient if a person is a biologist. He should have deep knowledge with computers, and he should even basically be very conversant with the algorithms, their implementation, and then modeling of them. That is how today we have various simulations. So basically today, I mean, I don't see a medic in the first year or second year, a student would do anatomy, okay? So basically they follow the simulation. They work on the simulation of dissecting a person, and then later on, yes, the actual dissection happens. So like this, there are lots of things, variation which has been brought about by simulation. Again, it's all contribution of the computer engineers. So this is where the teamwork involves. And even in that teamwork, can you take a patent? Can you basically look at the research ethic there? Yes, there are certain rights which are defined right at the beginning. If it is a corporate, they have all the rights defined before signing the memorandum. MOU, before signing the memorandum of understanding, it's all defined. But if it is something like a university, it takes a little time, but still, yes, ethical thing, what is followed in corporates is borrowed many of the times, and we do that. So basically, you must have loyalty, all right? And then you also have professional rights. I'm not saying no for that, but at the same time, it should basically abide to the research ethics, right? So now, I mean, you basically understand why research ethics are very, very important to oneself. And then we have something like, yeah. So, I mean, now you have understood what research ethics mean and why it is important for you to basically adopt these things in your life. It is very, very important. So now we will actually look at when we have ethics on ourselves, is there any body which actually helps us if we are in the right path? Yes, you have done research, and then you are an ethical person, and then you are with a black sheep. So they basically steal your work. At that point of time, whom do you go and address? Today, government, or we call it federal in terms of US and UK. And yeah, generally it is called federal, which is the government. Okay, there are federal laws, okay, government laws which actually prevent people from stealing something which happens in research. First instance, everybody here, I request you kindly not to steal, because it is your own co-researcher who has put not just sweat, who has actually put blood into their research. So basically, when you look at it, when you want to steal something, think about it. The kind of effort what they would have put, they would have sacrificed many things. They would have sacrificed their family life. They would have sacrificed their joys. They would have sacrificed going out on weekends. They would have sacrificed many things. Even, I mean, you must see hardcore researchers. They would even sacrifice their food. It could be a lunch or a dinner or even a breakfast. Okay, so they would have done research. But what if somebody enjoys life and if they want to steal? That is how we have something called a plagiarism check. Earlier, I mean, when I was doing my research, we did not have this plagiarism check. Nobody would ethically do that. Nobody would actually steal somebody else's work and name it as their work. No way. Today, yes, I mean, people are getting into this. So they don't want to actually sacrifice their happiness, sacrifice their research ethics. They get into something like stealing somebody else's jobs or somebody else's research. That is where the government actually stands beside you. If somebody has stolen your work, you can actually go to the court of law and you can challenge that this particular research was being done by a particular company, a particular corporation, or an individual. And before you even maybe, usually what happens in the Bay Area, we have a lot of startups. People start very young at around 23, 24. So that is generally the age what I have seen in the Bay Area. They would generally give away their studies, maybe at bachelor's level or at the master's level. They would have a startup, and then, yes, they put a lot of brains and they come out with a lot of research. So after they come out with research, they would actually build a prototype and then sell it off to what we call as OEMs. So, I mean, earlier the definition was old equipment manufacturers. Today, I mean, OEM doesn't have that kind of definition, but it is still the OEM, which are big companies which buy from the startups. The money is invested by the OEM. They even absorb the people who have worked in this startup on that particular research, and the OEM funds the research to continue the research. They would acquire whatever prototype has been done by that startup company. So this is how it goes. So what if somebody leaks it midway? For example, Cisco. I mean, if you look at it, you have a whole list of startups which have merged with Cisco, right? So, or even Lucent or Nortel or Infosys or whatever it is, okay? What if people had basically leaked out? So what would have happened? First, in the first instance, the person who has invented, yes, so all his efforts would have gone waste, okay? So I request everybody to follow the ethics, all right? So I was telling you about the government laws. These are called IP laws. So what is this IP? It is intellectual property. So what's the difference between your real estate property and the intellectual property? So what is in the real estate, what happens is, yes, I mean, you could be born with a silver spoon. Maybe, I mean, your parents or in-laws or uncles, aunts, okay, or your guardians would transfer the real estate to you. You would enjoy the real estate. Okay, what happens then? Property is transferred to you and you have all the rights to sell that property, rebuild the property, or you have all the rights to even retain the property and use it to your own self. Similarly, What is intellectual property? Intellectual property is your brain, what you can think about. So that's why, you have heard Abdul Kalam, our president saying, our ex-president saying that dream, dream, dream. Even the Infosys head Narayan Murthy says, yes, dream, dream. And at the same time, don't stop at that. You have to actually construct, you have to build, and you have to have a device or whatever you have dreamt of. All right. So that is what is research. But at the same time, what if somebody else steals this? So I was telling you about the IP, the intellectual property. That intellectual property is yours. So if somebody impinges into your real estate, you keep quiet. Somebody else, your neighbor, actually takes away 10 feet or 20 feet or half an acre of your property. Will you live? You will basically fight. Similarly, if it is your intellectual property, you have all the rights to fight. So this intellectual property rights are the ones which tell you that you have to basically register yourself with a federal or a government organization, and then you have all the rights to fight for your intellectual property. So generally, what is the number of years where you can basically have? If you just look at a patent, it is life, and then the intellectual property IPR rights, they are there only for 20 years. Beyond 20 years, that particular invention, whatever you have done, becomes a public thing. It is no more a private thing. So let me come to the 4 categories of how you can register the intellectual property. The first and foremost thing is copyright. Have you seen copyright? So in all the textbooks, you would see C with a round, okay? That actually indicates copyright. The author has a copyright over that particular work or that particular textbook. The next thing is something called the trademark. This is more prevalent in the industry. In industry, you would have seen that for a particular design or a particular map or anything of that similar thing, they would have said TM with a circle or TM. All right, so it depends on the country. So they have their own trademark. First one is the copyright. The second one is the trademark. And then very specific to engineering, what you have is the engineering design. It is also called the design. It could be the design of a particular circuit, an integrated circuit, or it could be an FPGA chip, or it could be even the flow chart in terms of computer science. But basically, a drawing in terms of civil engineering, in mechanical engineering, it could be a drawing like this. These are the third category of things where you have the design and you basically register your design. And the fourth and the final thing is the patent. Okay. So I will just give you an example here. Many years, so up to 2004, we had to use infi.com. We could not use infosys.com in our mail IDs, and we could not use infosys.com in the URLs, right? So even if a webinar was conducted, you could not use Infosys full form, INFOSYS. No, we could not. We were only using Infi. The prime reason is way back in 95, some people, I know those people who they are, but I don't want to name them. Yeah, I mean, they had registered the Infosys. Okay, the company was growing. The directors were busy in actually building the company. They did not give their time to register the name Infosys. But what happened later on? When people, by 98, people opened their eyes, not be used even in their mail IDs and URLs and all the rest of the things. So the Infosys, right? It was registered by somebody else, obviously. Yes, from Infosys, yes, a lot of money had to be shelled down to actually, to those individuals, and we had to buy the rights. You understand how important it is. So this is what is very, very important. Basically, I mean, you should be aware of the IPR rights. Now, I will just tell you about acquiring. How do we do that? So basically, when you want to acquire a patent, the first thing is you must actually do a thorough search whether the concept what you are patenting is already existing. In the sense, it exists in the name of somebody else. Okay, you are not born in this world. I mean, you are not Adam or Eve to be born first in this world. Okay, so you have many predecessors. Predecessors have done a lot of work. Yes, they could have patents in the intellectual property what you are thinking of. So first thing, very important thing is you need to actually search. You need to search. So whether it has applicability or not. And then you have to basically look at the rights under patent laws. So once you are aware, you will also see what are all the rights you hold. And then what happens is you look at the things which are formulated by the particular country. When we actually speak about India, yes, you have to register your patent with Government of India. Not necessarily, if you want a global patent, you can have something, you can basically sign up with something called the Paris Accord. I come again, it is called the Paris Accord. Okay, using the Paris Accord, you come out with all the documents. And why is it called Paris Accord? Because the committee met in Paris, and that's how it was actually stipulated. All the rules and regulations have been done, and then that's how the Paris Accord is valued even today in the global terms. Okay, so and then you have to say that you have to take it to your boss or your professor, and you have to say, yes, this is a patentable subject matter. And especially today, the patents are taken for the industrial applications. In the industrial application, the first thing what needs to be underlined is novelty. All right, and then yes, is it novel or not? Okay, so as I was saying, the flow chart of a particular program can be patented. Yes, and then you can actually patent in FPGA. So when you actually come to patents, yes, I mean, it was way back in 2011. One of my students did her PhD. I mean, she is actually again a professor at BMS College of Engineering today. So she actually worked on signature analysis. It was an image processing problem, and we did go up to the stage of signing and getting a patent. All right. So usually in the patent, I mean, when I got my patent during my PhD time, my professor actually made me one of the members. Okay, I was one of the members in that patent. There were 4 members. I was the 4th member in that. Yes, I mean, I did work on that problem very deeply. And yes, of course, I mean, we basically had to share. We basically had to share those names. All right. So then, I mean, when it came to 2011, yes, I mean, I said, I gave the entire thing to my student. I said, I will be at the back. Even to this day, yes, when I am actually filing for patents, signing for patents, I would allow my students to have first name, the right on the patent. Okay, so that is what I say, because I mean, I have actually I have gone through the pain, what happened to me as a student. So when you have gone through something like this, you don't allow your students to face that. So that's the reason why I give the patent rights to them, even while publishing of papers. I mean, up to this point of time, I have never been a first author. I always be a second or the third author. For me, it really doesn't matter. Yes, so many publications. I mean, when did I start publishing? My first publication was in Computer Society of India way back in 1987. Like a dinosaurs, right? So writing many papers have come, and today one or two papers first name in that paper doesn't make me either big or small. Okay, so that's the reason why I don't take the first name. All right, so novelty of whatever work you have done is very, very important. And then we have the inventive steps, which has to be documented in the patent. Basically, what should the patent contain? It should contain half a page of abstract, and then it should basically contain the introduction, and then it has to basically have the literature, where a literature survey is very good. When you cite a particular paper or a patent, it's the honor what you're giving for that particular person. So when you have cited in your reference, you don't have to again take a permission many other times. Okay, but generally some of the copyrighted things you have to take permission, only then you have to use that. So, and then you basically have a disclosure of the invention, the methodology what you have followed. You will have discussions on that, and then you have to draft this. It will be around 20 pages. You have to conclude, and then you should have references, as I said. So in this particular document, after you create a 20-page document, you are going to file the patent application. So what do you mean by that? You are going to sign an application with the government. Okay, they actually accept your patent application, and then the examination of the patent happens. So for that, experts will be the plagiarism. So today it is not for the grant of patent, but even for the grant of your PhD, your thesis is subjected to plagiarism check. Why all this? Because the ethics have come down. Research ethics granted, and it is even published. So this will be there with you for the next 20 years. I was telling you about the life of a patent. It is 20 years here in India. And then when you actually look at copyright and related rights, they have 10 years, 15 years. Design basically has a duration of 15 years. So it depends whether you have a copyright, you have a trademark, or you have a design, right? So these are the 4 things which you have to remember in IPR. And finally, the foremost thing. So when you actually have a real estate property with you, even if you're born with a silver spoon, your parents or your in-laws or your guardians could leave you about 1 million USD or 2 million USD or at the max 5 million USD. But if you have something like IPR, intellectual property rights, you tend to actually earn billions of dollars. Believe me, we have a lot of case studies. I mean, you have to actually go to Seattle. You have to see what Bill Gates has achieved. Basically, yes, I mean, Bill Gates, his partners. Why go to Microsoft? Here, if you look at Infosys, what our directors were, and then how they actually went through, and then the kind what they have earned. So the IPR today is something which is valued. About 40 years back, 50 years back, people used to laugh at when people said something about IPR. but that is not the case today. When there are good research ethics in the world, when everybody follows rules, you don't have to have IPR protection, but when people digress, so what if you're driving on the road and then you are on the right path? What if somebody comes in the opposite side, from the opposite side on the wrong path? You go and hit. So apart from you facing the accident, the other person also faces accident. And it is an accident. Sometimes it is an accident, sometimes it is not. But you have to remember that you should know your intellectual property rights. That is very, very important. So yes, before you even start with your research problem, you should look at the safety part of it. You should look at the confidentiality and all the things what I have just said in the last 1 hour. I mean, if there are any questions, I'm ready to take. So I think I have digressed my time. So it has already been an hour. Yeah. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you for good insights, sir. It was very like a pleasure to hear your talk, sir.
Thank you.
I request participants, if you have any queries for 2 minutes, you can drop it in a QA box. Hopefully, sir will be happy to give you suggestions. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you, sir. Everyone was happy to give you a There's no QA, sir.
Yeah. So I'm very happy. So I mean, I had to pack in a lot of case studies here. So yeah, it's okay. So that is how you get to know about research. And anytime, I mean, the panelists will be able to give you my email ID and phone number. You can ask your questions. It is just not limited to this particular webinar. All right. And all the very best to you. Do well in your domains and then become very good researchers with lot of ethics. That will take you a long way. Thank you very much. All the best.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
All the best. Can I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Participants, now we will have another session quickly, which will be wind up in another half an hour. We'll start a session now from 12:25, and then it goes up to 1 o'clock. 1 to 2 will be having a break session, lunch break. 2 o'clock onwards, we have another 2 panel members who will be giving you a talk. All right, that should be fine, I feel. So quickly, we are going to start another session, which will go on another half an hour. Right. I repeat the instructions. So we'll start with the next session now, which will be starting at 12:25, which will go up to 1 o'clock. Once we are done with that session, 1 to 2, you will be having a lunch break. And then 2 o'clock, we'll be having a session taken by Dr. Jayanti Kannan ma'am on a research roadmap and a systematic approach. Once Jayanti ma'am completes her session, we have Deepa ma'am coming back and talking about Zotero and other Google Scholar and other platforms. All right. Once Deepa ma'am is done, we'll be having a QA section with the feedback for today. So that is a tentative plan. So if any queries, probably you can ask the queries in a QA box. We have the panel members to respond to your queries at the maximum. All right. So hope that should be fine. So quickly, we'll start the next session. So next session will be taken by Professor Mahesh and myself. We're going to give you a hands-on session on a tool called Menly. All right. So before we start a session tool called Menly, all right, quickly, I wanted to ask you certain questions. So I'll be releasing a polls, right? 3 to 4 polls. So if you answer quickly those polls, I'll get to know the pulse of audience so that my presentation will be tuned accordingly. So that should be fine, I feel. So is that okay? So for YouTube viewers, you can drop it in a chat box as a response for the polls. All right. So the first poll which we are going to launch is, all right, we have launched the first poll. How many of you have just started your research? So maybe just started 1 year back, 2 years back, or more than 3 years you are in part of your research. All right, we have around 40% participants are saying just started the research. We have 29% of participants who are having good experience in research background, more than 3 years. We have 1 year, 2 year, pretty, let's say 10 to 15% participants. So YouTube viewers, you can drop it in a chat box. The first query was asked is, how many of you just started? Okay, let me share my screen. Hopefully my screen is visible. All right. So the first query asked is, how many of you just started your research? The answers for that is just started, 1 year back, 2 year back, and more than 2 years, sorry, 3 years. So we'll be ending this poll. So hopefully you can also see the result. We have around 44% saying just started. So the target audience or my target audience are going to be those 44. Others can be, let's say it as a greater than 3 years, it will be added value for them. For remaining 1 year, 2 year people, yes, you will be also get benefited for the session. Okay. So let me host the next poll. Okay. Have you published, presented your article in a reputed journals conference as a first author? Yes, we have very good numbers saying yes. 65%, 70% almost reaching. We have 40%, let's say somewhere 35 to 40% participants saying no. Okay, good response. Okay, we'll be ending this poll. We'll start the next poll. Okay, have you ever explored Menly tool before? Oh, good, great. 70 to 80% have not explored. 80% have not explored. 20% have explored. Good. So this session is mainly targeting for those 80% who have not explored the Menly tool. So people can make use of this session. Okay, good. So we'll be ending this poll. Another last poll to understand the pulse of the audience. And I request again, YouTube, let's say it as a participants, please drop it in the chat box. Okay. And the last poll. So are you a research scholar? I mean, PhD scholar or a PG student or UG student or a working professional? So we have equal participants from the research scholar, maybe full-time or part-time. Good, 55% we have it from the working professional. We do have a PG and UG students here. Good. Okay, so with that, we'll end our poll. So this basically helped me and Professor Mahesh to understand the pulse of audience. Okay, I'll just end the poll. Let me get back to my, let's say it as a session today. Okay, before I start, let me ask, is my voice is clear to everyone? Before I start, let me just check in the chat box. Can someone quickly respond? Is that my voice is clear? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your immediate response. Thank you. All right. So now basically look at, okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. All right. So basically today's session, what we are going to do is we are going to talk about a Menly tool, which is designed by the Elsewhere group. All right. This tool will help you for the better citation. All right. Now, though, see, if you take it to me, yes, for me also, when I started my writing a paper, it was very difficult for me to track the citations. Now, there might be some participants in the group, basically might not be explored what is citation, right? Since I've seen there are, let's say, 70% people who have not written a paper at, or 50 to 70% people, all right? So just let me give you a preamble of what is Menly tool, or why do I need it, and how it will help me in writing my article. All right. So the first step is, so this is a template. Probably everybody would have seen it. This is a IEEE paper, right, which is hosted by the IEEE portal on its website. Right. This is basically a template. So let me just share. Yeah, my screen is visible. Correct. So this is a template which is widely available in the IEEE website. If you just browse it in a Google, all right. Let me show you on a Google also. If you just go to a Google, and when you wanted to write any article, usually what we do is we search for the templates. So if I wanted to submit any article for the IEEE, or when I wanted to submit any article, let's say for the any journal, it might be a Springer journal, or it might be a elsewhere journal, any journal. If I wanted to submit any article, we do get a templates, maybe in a LaTeX format or maybe in a Word format. All right. So as of now, let's explore in a Word format so that it'll be easy for you to understand. So what do I do? Suppose if I wanted to search, submit an article for the IEEE. So usually first practice for me is I'll go to the Google and I'll ask for Google, get me the IEEE paper format, paper template. So I'll just ask the Google, give me a IEEE paper format. So you can observe the first link which is visible for you will direct you to get into the, I'm talking about a traditional IEEE paper template format, right? So then you have the website posted saying that, okay, these are the formats available. You have the Word format, or you do have the LaTeX format, all right? You have the Word format, you do have the LaTeX format. So what I did is I just downloaded the Word format so that it will be easy for you to explain, or let's say to showcase. So, all right. So that's a Word format which I'm trying to display you here, right? So what does it contain? You have the title of the paper, then you have the affiliations down to that. So I'm not talking about the format. I'm just trying to give you a preamble where exactly we require the Menly tool, all right? So then we have, let's say it as a probably the affiliations, the first author, second author, and third author. Thereby going to, we have an abstract in the template given. We need to, probably the abstract is a crispy or summary of what is that your let's say work, right? Kind of explaining. Let's say if I wanted to explain about a XYZ topic of my work, probably I'll give you a preamble of what is XYZ, and then I'll try to focus on what are the limitations of XYZ, and then how my work is going to address that limitation, any one of the limitation, and what is that I have achieved. So that probably we're going to put it in the abstract. It's fine. Everybody knows this, and probably people have explored this with the keywords also. All right. Then the main part is when you go to the next section is, one is introduction usually. Then you have something called related work or literature. So you have an introduction where you will be giving a brief introduction about your area and the limitations and how you're going to address that limitations. Probably you'll try to fit in a introduction part. Then when you are writing this, let's say it as a introduction part, there might be some situations you may have to refer some papers saying that as person X said in that paper, all right, you may have to quote that paper in this your reference, or let's say it as in a introduction part. The same thing also happens in the literature. You may have to quote a different let's say authors in your paper, all right, as a part of introduction and literature. At the many cases, the references part, or let's say the citations or the indexing, will happen in the introduction and the literature work, or let's say related work, right? So going to the further sections after the related work, whatever you have it, probably the implementation or methodology or results, there you may not focus more on the citations, or let's say on referring to some other articles. The major focus of referring to other articles is going to be in your introduction part as well as in the related work. All right. So let's say example, I'm trying to take this introduction, right? and assuming some literature, right? Let me go to the new Word document. So now this is a case where I'm trying to write my introduction, right? So let's say this is the template, and all right, and I wanted to refer here saying that example as spoken, or let's say as author. Who is that author? Maybe I wanted to give that reference in the one, just like the usual practice what we do it. All right, so maybe I would have listed in the reference one, right? As author said, I'm going to explain something, let's say maybe some test case or something. I'm going to write as a test let's say content. Then I'll end that statement. Then I may also have to explain another author, what other author has said. Example, in, let's say, in cloud, as defined as, or let's say as defined by, maybe I wanted to put a second reference, maybe, or it might be a first reference also, both the people I wanted to put. And then, so in cloud as defined by, probably that reference might be NIST or some organization reference, and I wanted to continue my explanation. Let's say test and test and test. So this is how usually as a beginners, even when I started writing my paper, I started this way. Then what I'll do at the end, maybe I go to the reference section. Maybe at the end, I'll go to the reference section. I will list what is the first author, or let's say what is a first author citation. I may list here as a IEEE format. Second author, all right, whatever I've given a reference, I would have listed here. Right. So this is the usual practice. The beginners, we do it. As a beginner, I also did the same. Right. Still, I'm learning. Probably whatever the knowledge I have, I'm trying to share it. Maybe it is useful for others. All right. So this is a usual practice. As a beginner, what I did is I used to write an author here. Maybe I do at the initial stage, I'm not much explored to how do I index it also. If I click to this, can it go to the reference? If I click to 2, can it go to the reference? Suppose if I change the order of the reference, will it be reflected in my content? Right? So that was the challenges I faced it when I started writing the first paper. Right? Basically, I explore, let's say it as I would have written so many paragraphs, then suddenly I would have changed the order of the reference. All right. Then I have to come back and track it here. So what is the order I've given a previous number citation? What is the new citation number? So that makes me more confusing. That puts me in a panic situation. Right. So now to address this kind of situation, now Elsewhere has brought a very beautiful tool called Menly. What Menly does is it will keep track of all your citations. It will keep track of all your citations. It will try to incorporate as a plugin to your Word document, or let's say what LaTeX or whatever it is. It will try to be as a plugin, and it will give you the suggestions, or let's say it as a more easy way of referring it. All right. Let's see how it is going to do it. All right. So this is a simple preamble which I wanted to give. So what is the challenges I may face if I don't use a proper citation, or let's say any plugin for giving a citation or a reference? All right. So as I said, now I would have used a 1. Maybe I wanted to refer a 24th, let's say it as a reference paper. Maybe after some time I have come back to my, let's say, write-up, and I wanted to change the citation. What will happen now? Changing one citation will change all the reference paper orders, right? That is point number 1. Point number 2, there might be, again, depends upon the journal. Some journals may ask you to put your reference in according to alphabetical order. Some journals may ask you to modify your journals, or let's say reference, according to the year publication. Some may ask you to arrange your, let's say, reference based on a first author alphabetical order. Some may ask you in a different way. So depending upon the journal, the requirement might change the way you need to cite it. All right. So that time, if you have written a paper, and it might be very, very confusing for you to go back and keep track of these things. All right. So I'll just look into the QA section. Have you ever, or let's say, anybody have faced this challenge in the chat box? Can you just quickly reply? Have you faced this kind of, let's say it as a challenge, or let's say limitation? Yes. So many would have faced it. Yes, in the starting, because when we start writing the first article, wherever it is, we might it might be very hectic for us to keep track of all these references, what we are trying to incorporate. So as I said now, Menly is a very beautiful tool which will help you to keep track of it. So let's see how we are going to do it. So I'm not going to spend much time on this. It will be my presentation, or let's say my hands-on is going to be very crispy and easy. Let's see. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going for the, let's say, Google, not a Google Drive, sorry. I'm going to the Google. Then I'm going to ask the Google, let's say there is a tool called Menly. You can see there's a Menly tool, right? Just click on the Menly tool. So this tool is designed by the Elsewhere group. You can see at the end. So this tool is designed by the Elsewhere group. So you just need to, what to do is, if you wanted to download this tool, probably you create a free sign up. So you can create an account. This is my free sign up. You need not to worry about your institutional email ID. It can be open. Any Gmail ID or any email ID will help you to create a sign up. So once you create a sign up, go to a home page. All right, go to a home page. Then you have a tool displaying here, download the Menly tool. So just click on the get the reference manager, or just click on the download. It will download you a Menly tool, and it is available for your Windows. It is available for your mobile versions. Is it confidential because we are doing research? Rajeshwari ma'am, I'll come back to your query. Let's explore this, then we'll come back. All right. So download the Menly tool, desktop for Windows, and you have many other operating systems also. Even for the mobile versions, you can download this tool if you want, if you are very comfortable in editing an article in a mobile version also. All right. So just click on the download, and you'll be able to download. So you can see Menly for desktop of Mac. You have the Mac for the Mac OS, you have for the Linux, you have for the Windows, you have for the mobile OS. Every operating system, every OS, you can run this tool. Okay. Now, you can just click on like any other application, download it, double click it, you install it. It will not take much time to install. It is a small patch file. It will install, and hardly it takes a minute to install it, right? So I did install already. So I'm just trying to open directly my Menly tool. So this is my Menly desktop, or let's say, just give me a minute. It's launching. So once you launch, yeah, we are good to go. Now look at this. Maybe do not worry, because I've added a lot of papers already. So that is why you are able to see this launch screen. All right. So is the tool is visible for you people? The Menly. Quickly in chat box, someone. Yes. Thank you, Apurva. Thank you, Jayshree ma'am. And okay. So once you launch the screen, once you launch the Menly tool, let's say as a backup, right? Now, what I'm going to show you is, let's say I have something called a backup. For demo purpose, if you see, all my reference papers are in the backup. All right. Now, they might be in a different coded number. They might be in an IP base. They might be having a name. So all these are all my, let's say for demo purpose, we have some backups here. So if you see carefully for the demo, what I did is I took some references. They might be in a different title. Need not to worry, whatever the title it is. You need not to change the name of the PDF, right? So all these are all my reference papers. If you click on this, yes, I do have some reference papers. It might be textbooks, it might be articles, whatever it is. Everything I have it in a PDF here. All right, you can see even the index, all my reference papers, even it might be a number, right? I have all it as a backup. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, let's say I'm going to create a new folder. Now probably you can see in the right corner side under the My Library, I have different folders available for a different purpose. All right. So I'm going to create a new folder. Probably I'm going to create for the demo. So you can create based on your type of article, based on your paper. You can, based on a paper also, you can create your own, let's say it as a folder. So I'm going to create a demo purpose, a folder. All right. So this is my demo folder. And for this demo folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add all my backup reference PDF. So you can see, I'm just going to click, I'm going to say add the folder. So where is my folder available? Probably in the demo. So let me go to the demo. Let's say study, probably Jain University. Let me just go, sorry, give me a minute for that to track of the demo. So I have it here in this. Yeah, here it is demo. And then I have the reference. So I'm going to add this complete folder. Maybe this folder has got inner folders also. I don't bother. I'm just going to add the complete folder. All right. Once you add your complete folder, look at this. The mainly what it is going to do is it is going to try to analyze the complete folder. It is trying to, let's say it is a go through the complete folder, and it is going to build who are the authors of a particular paper and what is the title of the paper, when it has been published, and who has published it, when probably I add it to my database. All right. So hopefully you're able to see this. Now look at this. Whatever I have it in the backup, all the PDFs. So when you wanted to use the Menly tool, first thing you need to make sure is you have the PDF files, whatever the articles you wanted to refer in your publication, right? So now I added some backup files, or let's say using a reference folder, I added something called Smith James. I have added something called Gray. I added something called JAIN. I have added something called Young, and so on. It goes on. These are the authors. Very good. This is the first step which you need to incorporate to your Menly tool. The second step is, now I go back to my, let's say it is a fresh Word document where I wanted to write my article. I go back to my fresh document. Then I say, let's say example, I'm trying to write the introduction of a paper. So I'll say test, probably I'll put it as an introduction. I'm going to keep it as an introduction. Then I'm going to say as I wanted to put some author in this. So what I'll do is I'll press a Control M, Alt M. Now there is a before that, sorry. Before doing this introduction, sorry, I missed a point for you to say. Just go to the reference and you have something called insert citation in the reference. Just click on the insert citation. If you have not inserted anything, what should we do to avoid plagiarism? Pooja, I'll come back to that question. Pooja ma'am, just give me some time. Let me finish this explanation. Right. So the first thing is there is something called insert citation. Now what happened is to this Word document, I've already incorporated my plugin called Menly. That's how you can see the Menly symbol here. If you have not incorporated Menly, you can just click on this. It will ask you from which tool, or let's say from where I have to insert the citation. That time, if the Menly is already installed in your desktop, it will take from that. All right. So now I'm just clicking on the insert citation, or let's say by using this, I'll incorporate the Menly tool to my Word document. So it is not a big deal. You can just click on that. If it is not installed, it will ask you for the Menly connection. You can just give you the, you can just incorporate the Menly, let's say it as a to that. So that is one way you can incorporate to your Word document. The other way is when you install your Menly tool, at the time of installation process, it will ask you, do I need to incorporate this to your Word document? If you, all you need to do is you just need to say yes. The moment you say yes, it will directly come back and it will sit in your Word document. All right. Now going back here, probably I'm gonna, let's say it as a, I'm gonna write my introduction. I'm gonna write my introduction. I'm gonna say as I wanted to put an author here. I'm just gonna press Alt M. Now what will happen? My Menly will pop up. It will ask from where you want me to pick up the author. So I'm going to say probably from the library. All right. I wanted to, based on a title, I can pick up the author, or I can search for a keyword. Or let's say now you can see we have Smith mentioning there. So I'll just type the Smith name. So it says the architecture of virtual missions. The Smith has got a paper of with this. You want to incorporate. I'll just say OK. Now what will happen? Menly will try to pull the author name. Here, look at this. In the back end, Menly has pulled the author name and the year which author has published, and I'll go on explaining the concept. I'll go on saying, sir, test and some, let's say it as a write-up. So I'm gonna go on explaining the write-up. Then I'm done with this author. Then I wanted to incorporate another author. I'll say also author, let's say example. And again, I'm gonna press Alt M. It will pop up and it will tell me whom you wanted to link. Probably this time I said I wanted to link myself, Vivek. So I'm gonna say, as author said, Vivek. So I'm gonna give OK. It will pull out. So based on the requirement, it will pull out, and I can keep on explaining whatever I want. All right. So like this, you can keep on add the authors into that. Look at this carefully. Once I'm done doing all the citations across the paper, maybe introduction or related work, wherever I need, at the end, once I go to the reference section, I can say here directly, insert the bibliography. The moment you insert the bibliography, you can see what all the papers you have referred there. All those papers will come back and sit in a whatever the format you want. If you want it in a style of, let's say, IEEE, yes, they come and sit in an IEEE format. So you need not to worry about this changing all these things. You need not to worry about, let's say, how do you align all these things. All right. So suppose if I'm changing, if I'm trying to add another author, let's say here, I wanted to add another author. So since I've changed into IEEE format, you can see the indexing also have changed to the IEEE format. So if I go to the API format, or let's say APS format, so I can even do that. Let's say I wanted to, let's say, APS format. So even the citation will update accordingly to the APS format. So what will happen? This will make us our task easy. You need not to go every time and change the author name, change the time, whatever, a day, or let's say year, and you need not to come back here also to change the order, right? So it's very simple, right? The tool will make your work easy so that you can focus on writing the article than worrying about the indexing. All right. So look at this. I'm going to change the reference. The moment I change the reference to IEEE format, you can come back and see the indexing also is changed accordingly. See, I'm going to change it to you have styles here. If you wanted to want more styles, you can go ahead with the more styles installing also. Or you can go with the, let's say, Springer Nature one. You can go with the nature style or whatever it is also. Right now, I'm just showing you the IEEE format. So if I change it to IEEE format, you can see in my content, the keywords have changed, or let's say the way I cite, it is changed. Even in the reference, it has been changed. So IEEE usually requires this way. Suppose if you go to the APS format, what will happen? The author name has to come first, his initial has to go next. Look at this. If I go to the APA format, all right, see the APA format says Smith JE. IEEE says JE dot or JE Smith. So if we are doing this manually, it will kill a lot of your time. All right. However, if you use a Mendeley tool, there are many other tools also, but Mendeley is open source and freely available, and it is very good tool for researchers to make your task easy. All right. So I can now just select, or I can add more citations also, more than one citation. Just plus Control M. I wanted to add a paper from Vivek. Also, I wanted to add a paper from Smith. Also, I wanted to add a paper with the title called, let's say it as a encryption, or let's say it as a scheduling. All right. So, and even if I wanted to type, so I can search using a keyword also. What will happen? The Mendeley will perform a search in my database. Where is the database? Backend in the Mendeley tool, you uploaded all your reference papers, right? So I may say, let's say some tool. All right. I may add that also. Just give me a minute. Sorry. All right, sorry. So I wanted to add along with that, let's say, see, you can see all my at a one stretch, the Mendeley has added all the references. If you don't want to be it to be in a APS format, what you can do, you can just select all and change it to IEEE format. You can see it will reflect in the backend also. what are the papers you have referred. All right, and all your references will be auto-aligned. So your focus on arranging these references will be easy, much easier. All right. So that's all I wanted to convey about the Mendeley tool. It's a simple tool, easy for the beginners, and it will help the beginners to spend more time on writing articles than on citation. So any queries, I'll be happy to take. So that's all we wanted to inform. Any queries, probably you drop it in the QA chat box. I'll take it from the chat box and I'll be happy to answer it. Is it useful for an introduction part? Yes, anywhere, sir. I see a query from Suresh Kumar, sir. Anywhere you can incorporate it. When you are writing any article, if you wanted to cite not only introduction, anywhere if you wanted to cite any reference, you can include it. Dhanapriya ma'am asked overview of Mendeley. Mendeley is an open tool. It is not Mendeley. Mendeley is an open tool, open source tool, which will help you to go with a better citation, easy citation. Sir, is there any standard format for writing the reference? Sir, it entirely depends. Pushpalata ma'am asked. Ma'am, it entirely depends on which publication you are trying to apply. Some publications may say IEEE format. Some publications may say APA format, right? So that you have to be very careful when you get the template from the journal. So first time we need to add it manually. Yes, first time if you go to the Mendeley tool, once you open the Mendeley tool, you can create a folder. Probably now I created a demo folder. Maybe I can say this paper, or based on an article of the paper. Maybe I'm trying to write a cloud scheduling paper. So I can create a cloud scheduling paper and I can incorporate all my, let's say, references into that, whatever the papers I've referred, right? So again, as I said, you need not to worry about what is the title of the, let's say it as a name of the file. The Mendeley will pull the details from the PDF. If you see my backend, my reference papers have got numbers as of 2, 5, 8, or let's say like this numbers. Even some of the papers have got, let's say, name. Some of the reference papers have got, let's say it as a with the IP numbers. Some has got a title. So do I need to rename all these things? No, I need not to worry about renaming all these things. Hello. So I need not to worry about renaming all these things. So the Mendeley will automatically rename, or let's say will pull, not rename, will pull the details from your PDF files. How about security? See, nothing to worry about security, because you're not writing, or let's say you're not storing anything which is more secure. It is somebody's papers you are trying to use it as a reference. So I don't think we need to much worry about the security. However, yes, Mendeley comes with some privacy settings. Very useful. Thank you, sir. Use of Mendeley allowed for journals? Yes, why not, sir? It is entirely up to you. How do you cite it? So it is for your reference. Nice to hear this session. Thank you, sir. Kindly tell me about very good journal for mathematics research papers. I am from computer science background, sir. Mahesh Kumar, sir. Sorry, but I'll help you to connect to the mathematics professors. Is it not plagiarism if we cite and reuse the same content of original author? We are not asking you to reuse the content of the original author. We are trying to tell you how do you cite the author reference. Obviously, yes, plagiarism do comes if you use as it is the content. So this will help you only to cite, to give as a thanks, or let's say, sir, in middle, we wanted to type the reference manually. Is it possible, or just we need to use only PDF? See, Mendeley will make you complete, let's say, if ordered manner. If you type it manually, yes, you can type it, but at the end, you need to generate the references. Suppose, sir, in the Mendeley, I don't have the PDF. I wanted to type it manually. So it is left to you. Yes, you can take a step for that also. Thank you all. So that's all about Mendeley tool, which I wanted to. Can you suggest some CSE journals for publishing? Suresh Kumar sir, always you are free to visit IEEE or Springer or elsewhere portals. Every journal has got their editorial manager board. You can approach that editorial manager and you can apply or you can submit your papers. We'll give you some links also, need not to worry. On the what basis the citations are reflecting the reference? Do we mention our research topic? Anuja ma'am asked, no, the basis is only simple. You need to give the, based on a situation, you're going to add the reference. All right. Thank you. Thank you everyone for asking the queries. Continuation to this session. Now it's time for us to break for a lunch. We'll break for a lunch. We'll come back by 2 o'clock. The panel, let's say next session is going to handle by Dr. Jayanti ma'am at 2 o'clock. So we request all the participants to come back by 2 o'clock. For now, we are going to break for a lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes.
Vivek sir,
Yes, sir. Yes.
you can give the share permission to Jayanti ma'am.
Yes, sir. Done. We have done it.
Okay, okay sir.
Uh,
Jayanti ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you share your screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I will share.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We are able to share. Are you ready, ma'am? Can we
Yes,
start?
yes, sir. I am ready, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome back, all the participants. Thanks for joining back after your lunch. So we shall go ahead with the next session. We have with us the panel member, Dr. M.K. Jayanti Kannan, who is working as a professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering. To give a small intro about ma'am, Dr. Jayanti Kannan has a teaching and research experience more than 21 years in India and abroad. Ma'am has worked as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science Engineering in King Khalid University in UAE, and also as a quality coordinator for NCAA and ABET accreditation process for accrediting Board of Engineering and Technology. She has also worked, let's say it as a in VIT, or let's say as an assistant professor in Vellore Institute of Technology, and also she has taken a responsibility there as a MTech coordinator during year 2012 and 13. Ma'am has worked as a professor and principal for NCETW Hyderabad from 2018 to 2019, and also rectified as a principal in JNTU Hyderabad. Um, Ma'am also worked as a let's say it as a assistant professor in computer science engineering department SCSVMV University Kanchipuram from 1999 to 2012, having a 12 years experience worked there. Ma'am also involved in various R&D projects. Ma'am has taken up a different consultancy projects, and also she was playing a key role in IGNO and other activities. Without spending much time, ma'am, I request you to take over the session, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I welcome you all to the webinar on Kickstart Your Research Work on behalf of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, JAIN deemed to be University, Bangalore. In this session, we are going to discuss about research roadmap and systematic approach. Is it audible to you all?
Madam, just you can raise your volume button, madam.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's 100%, sir.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam.
Okay. In today's session, we are going to discuss the following objectives. Why we need a research roadmap for a systematic research. Here we are going to discuss the following aspects to analyze the current research gaps and needs, to understand the scientific methods to carry out research, and identifying the collaboration needs for research and other research opportunities, propose a research roadmap, and how to motivate the scholars towards research, and the various factors we need to consider while identifying the research objective, and the ethical aspects we need to consider while doing our research, and research data collection process and analyzing the research data, preparing your thesis on your research domain, publishing papers and research work, and how to overcome the hurdles and challenges when we do the research. So these are the main aspects we are going to discuss in today's session. First, we should know what is research. So research is a systematic search of knowledge through...
Jayanti ma'am, sorry to interfere, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Please be louder, ma'am, since participants are saying your voice is not audible.
Okay. Sir, now
Yeah,
can
now okay, ma'am. No, okay. No.
Okay, sir. Yeah. So first, we should know why we are doing research. So the research is a systematic process to uncover the knowledge through the method of study, observation, comparison, and experiment. Here we are trying to find out, discover something, or to invent or to innovate the new ideas. In discovery is recognizing something at the very first time that already exists. In innovation, we focus on defining as the creation of product or process at very first time. So it should be a new product. In innovation, we improve someone's try to improve or make a significant contribution to an existing product or process or service. So the innovation ideas will be implemented. What is research? Research is to solve problems that have no unknown solution or anyone in the world. So research is not learning from books or reading papers or news reports or getting the knowledge from professors. Anything that can be learned by definition is not research. Research is researching online content and data is not research. Then research is understanding the world and solve the new problems, improve the existing solution is called research. So the research is defined as the search for knowledge as any systematic investigation with an open mind to establish novel facts, solve new or existing problems, to improve new ideas, develop new theories. The primary purpose of basic research is to documentation, discovery, interpretation, or the search and development of methods and system for the advancement of human knowledge. So the research is defined by Oxford Dictionary as is a systematic investigation into and study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and new research conclusions. So with the introduction of research, we'll move to the topic research motivation. Why we need motivation towards research? People are doing research to one of the following parameters. So if your scholar is having desire to get a research degree along with his consequential benefits, he will go for research. Desire to face the challenges in solving the unsolved problems, practical problems, initiates research scholars to perform research. A desire to get intellectual joy of doing some creative work may proceed with research. Desire to be serve to the society will make a person to do research in a particular domain. Desire to get a responsibility in the particular domain or to get expertise in a particular field, a person will go for research. So these are the parameters or the facts that will make a scholar to do research. So then why we need a research roadmap? So the research roadmap is an agreed specification of research problems, specification of what we are trying to do. It gives you a complex, if the problem is very complex, a roadmap can break the problem into significant sub-problems, helping with research planning. It can be used to specify milestones of our research and routes through them we can travel to attain the goal. Why we need a research roadmap? Because there have been so many past optimistic predictions and methods used in research that are that mainly failed because they are not motivated. Because even people who disagree on mechanisms, architectures, and responsibilities may be able to agree on requirements. If the requirements are fixed and if they are available, one can easily proceed with the research and they can come out with the perfect solution. How we can produce a research roadmap? By collecting data and analyzing the data in detail, we can come out with the research roadmap. Analysis in depth requirements for achieving those details will help us to find out the research design. Identify the scenarios and requirements to perform the research. So the diagram gives you an idea about the various aspects or milestones we need to consider while preparing a research roadmap. So the main milestones of any research work will have the following stages. So completing the skill development and required coursework of the registered PhD work is first step. And completing the pre-comprehensive viva and permission to write the thesis is the second milestone. And conducting the collegium presentation and giving the presentation is the milestone. And thesis submission and having the open viva is the final stage. So any research roadmap should have the following main milestones. There are different types of research available performed. So the research can be classified as pure research, applied research, explanatory research, diagnostic study, and descriptive study. In pure research, we focus on the core basic science areas and fundamental concepts to come up with the new ideas and solutions. In applied research, we will apply the existing basic core science aspects and concepts to find out the solution to the real world applications, and applied application based products and solutions will be identified in applied research. In exploratory research, preliminary study of an unfamiliar problem will be taken and it will be explored to find out new solutions and innovative ideas. Diagnostic study focuses on discovering what and why of happening and will diagnose the current scenario and find out the solution for efficient and optimistic results. Descriptive study focuses on fact-finding investigation techniques and it try to produce new novel ideas and innovative products. So these are the major types of research carried out by the scholars. If you go to the main two types of research, we have preliminary research and primary research and secondary research. In primary research, it will be conducted by the scholar and often necessary to answer specific research questions, and it can require a budget and turnaround time. So it takes long time because the scholar has to start the research work from the scratch and he has to form everything and he has to conduct the research. In case of secondary research, we'll take the existing projects and we will try to implement new concepts and ideas by improvising the existing methods and parameters. It will be conducted by others and we will try to improvise and find out the gaps so that the efficiency of the existing concept will be improved. It is necessary to understand what research has already been conducted in secondary research, and typically the secondary research is very cheap and we can easily complete the work by adding additional features and parameters. The combination of both the primary and secondary research provides info that specifically answers research questions, and we can come out with new ideas as well as new products. So based on the basic aspects of research, we have different types of or categories of research. The categories of research is classified into three major categories based on their nature, goal, and target. So the first type is called pure basic research. It focuses on experimental as well as theoretical aspects of pure science, and we will take the core basic science areas and we will try to find out knowledge and achievement in the given domain based on the pure science aspects. In case of applied research, specific application will be developed based on the existing aspects and theories from the basic science research, and we will try to acquire new knowledge from the applied research to produce new products and innovative ideas. In case of experimental development, we'll go for a systematic work based on existing knowledge, and our aim is to get new methods, products, and services that can be useful to the society. So the major three areas of research are pure basic research, applied research. Here we will combine 2 or 3 different domains and we will try to find out a product or innovative idea that will be helpful to the people in the form of product or services or concept. And in experimental based one, it is an iterative process. We'll try with a logic and concept and we'll do the experiment in the real scenario and we'll find out the solution. So when we go for research, we need to follow a systematic approach. So we will go for the methods already existing in the research domain. We will analyze all the existing research methods and methodologies. There are thousands of methods available for research, but out of 1,000 methods, we need to identify which methodology will be useful for our research work. The research methodologies are classified into 3 major categories: qualitative research methodologies, and research by practitioners, and quantitative research methodologies. In case of qualitative methodologies, it is content based, and we can go for historical aspects of the same methodology, as well as it will be narrative and ground theory and case studies will be implemented by using qualitative approach. In case of quantitative research techniques, we will go for experimental and single subject oriented aspects, or we can go for correlational aspects, or casual comparative studies will be conducted, or surveys will be used to collect the quantitative data, and based on that, the research will be further proceed. Then what is the research process? A research process consists of series of actions or steps necessary to effectively carry out research, and the desired sequencing of those steps to produce new knowledge, to offer a new manner of understanding present knowledge. So research process is series of various actions which are necessary to perform the research work. So a process is having steps of activities that need to be performed during the life cycle of the research. So if you take the life cycle of any research process, we have the following life cycle stages. So the initial stage will be concept and planning for the research work, then exploring the ideas and organizing the data in a proper manner. The third step will include collection and analysis of data based on the research process. And the fourth one will have outputs and publications. Based on the research work, the outputs and contribution of the research should be published in the form of journal papers or presentations, or in the form of books. And the final stage, we should check for the impact of the research and contribution on the society. So any life cycle of research work will have the following stages. Our next aspect is developing a research objective. Any research needs a list of objectives to be met. So while before starting your research work, you should develop a research objective based on your research domain. So the following objectives should be considered while making your research objectives. The first one is research objectives should be presented briefly and consistently. So it should be brief in manner, and it should contain all the parameters of your research work. It should be presented in logical sequence, and research objectives should be realistic, and it should be achieved within the given stipulated time. It should be phrased in operational terms, that is in a way that brings the organization closer to the business objectives. The fifth objective should be research objectives should be action verbs that are specific enough to evaluate or measured. Your objective should be measurable one, and it should have the parameters to assess, discriminate, compare, verify, calculate, and describe in a particular manner. And it should be static once the study works begins, it should not change. So you should fix all your research objectives. Based on your research objectives, you should proceed with your research work. Sir, is it all audible to you all? Shall I continue? Any doubts so far? So the next aspect in research is ethics in research. So while performing research, every research scholar should focus on the following aspects. So the ethics places an important role in any research work, because without ethics, if you do the research work, it is not useful to the societies. So one should follow the following ethics like honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, beneficiary of the research, openness, respect for intellectual property, and confidentiality. So the major general objectives of any research, and they should focus on non-discrimination. They should not discriminate anyone through the research. Competence, legality, they should follow all the legal aspects and e-governance of the society, and it should be a responsible publication to the society. And other major aspects of any scientific research work should focus on the following main aspects, like fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism, because these three things affects the research community in a broader sense. Because in fabrication, one should avoid making up of data or results and recording or reporting the data. One should not make up the data. They should collect actual data and actual facts to proceed their research. Falsification, manipulating research materials or changing or omitting data or results such that their research is not actually represented in the research record. So collecting the data and figuring out or presenting the data in another form or falsification of the existing data is not good. Plagiarism, the appropriation of the another person's idea, process results or words without giving appropriate credit or say reference or citation. Self-plagiarism and paraphrasing should be avoided, because it will create problems once the research is submitted and once it is published. That will create big issue in the form of plagiarism. So the falsification, plagiarism, and false fabrication of data should be avoided. The major components of research process. In any research process, one should consider all the major components. Every research should have a purpose, and the research questions should be well planned, and the assumptions or the constraints of the research should be identified. Sampling methods should be identified according to their domain, and data collection methods should have a valid data collection method in the form of primary or secondary data collection, and a research method should be identified. Quality criteria and data analysis and analytics should be identified according to their research. Based on that, they can go for the research writing. So these are the main components of any research work. So if you take any scientific research, the following steps plays an important role. So while designing a research plan, one should consider they will review the existing publications and reports, and based on that they will come out with the review. They will identify the existing system and the gaps in the existing system, and they can propose their own novel idea by fulfilling the existing gaps. So the research question or problem should be identified based on the existing data, and background and observation process should be done by reviewing the papers and reports. Then based on that, they can go for they can formulate the hypothesis, and the design experiment of the research should be done. Then test hypothesis will be done based on applying the data collected and interpreting the data. Analyzing the results will be done using interpretation or analytical tools. Then they can publish their contribution through publications or publish or books or chapters in a book. So these are the major steps one should follow while designing their research work. So the major steps or process activities of any research will be, the first step is selecting the research topic. Then once the major domain of the research is identified, within the domain, they can identify the subtopic or the main concern of their research area. Define the research problem according to the research topic, and specify the research objectives. Then develop the research design based on the objectives. Specify the information required for the research process, and design the method of collecting information. Design the questionnaire according to the need of data collection, and manage and implement the data collection methods. Analyze and interpret the results, and based on the interpretation and conclusion of the project, they can write the final research report and thesis. So the diagram shows you how the research process can be systematically designed. So the researcher first he should identify the research area based on his area of research. You are an expert. You should be expert in the particular domain, and you should have the necessary knowledge in the particular domain. Then you can communicate with the stakeholders or the end users of your project. Based on that, you can collect the needs of the end users. We can identify the research area. Once the research area is identified, the research idea should be formulated by choosing a problem within the field of expertise that is important for a stakeholder community. Have an idea for the solution, check the optimistic ideas, and set the research objective according to the research idea. The second step is research design. Design your research, look for the methods, check methods, and choose an optimal methods and plan for the execution. In the research design, we'll make the blueprint of our research. What are the things we are going to do to get the final contribution? The third step is research execution and get data. Control each step and correct it necessarily and document everything. So in the research execution, based on the data what we collected, we will apply the data into the research plan and we will execute the research and will come out with the solution and draw the conclusion and research report based on the contribution and findings. Explain what are the data means and publish your work in the form of journal papers or in book chapters. So the research process should have all the aspects of research design. So the first step in research is selecting the research topic. How we can find identify the research topic in our area. So identifying research topic is the first step. Making informed decisions about what to study, defining your research topic within the predetermined field, you can identify your research topic. It is critical to a successful researcher and can be one of the hardest challenge for the scientist. Once you identified your research topic, you can further proceed with your research easily. Once the main area of your research, area of research can be identified by reviewing the existing contributions. Primary decision in the research process is to select the research area. So the topic of research should be identified based on the existing and published works and what we are going to do in to contribute new idea. Once the topic is identified, then we can easily further proceed with the data collection and interpretation process. Define the research problem. Once the area of research is identified, the problem in the existing system or in the existing projects or research publication should be identified. So that will be taken as the gap in the research is taken as a research problem. So the research problem is identified, that should be presented. A problem well defined is half solved. So once you identified the actual problem, and you can easily find out the various solutions and you can choose an optimal solution to come out with the best solution. Nature of the problem determines the type of study to conduct. So the various processes involved in defining the problem are the problem statement of the problem, it should be in a general way to address the community. Understanding the nature of the problem and surveying the available literature about the same problem is very important. So based on the surveys and based on the literature review only, we can present our idea in the problem statement. How we can identify the research problem or research question in the area which we identified. So reading regularly is the most common way of identifying good research question. This enables you to keep up to date with the recent advancements and identify certain issues or unsolved problems that keep operating. So by reading the journals and magazines, books, published works and theses in your same domain will give you an idea of identifying the research gaps. And so based on that, we can form our research problem. By searching for and reading literature in the field, start with the general interest journals. And you can also look for clubs in the news or in research blogs, or the papers that are directly related to the research. You should read in there. We can read the journals and other papers and theses in the same domain. And nowadays we can make use of the online websites and online journals to search for the papers which are based on your research domain. So how we can gain the knowledge by reading the books and journals. So once you identified your problem domain or area of research and you formed your research problem, Once the research problem is identified and it is well defined, then we have to gain or collect the data related with the related to the problem to solve the problem. How we can gain research knowledge to solve our problem means, the best way is to get the, you should have the prior knowledge or fundamental idea about the problem domain. So we can get the prior knowledge by reading the existing journals, and by applying our deductive reasoning techniques, we can find out the new scientific knowledge or hypothesis, laws or models and theories that can be a new one for the existing problem. By applying the inductive research techniques, we can form new information, data or facts, and the identified new facts and data can be presented in the form of journals. We can publish the data in the form of papers to the journals, or we can go for deductive techniques to make a particular prediction, and we can detect the proposed aspects and predictions, and we can test the predictions by using hypothesis, and we can publish the data. So the way of collecting knowledge is first we need to identify the research problem, then we'll go for the research idea, and based on the research idea we will apply the techniques and methods, and we will come out with the solution. So the diagram shows you how to gain the knowledge. Once your problem definition research problem is identified, then we can apply the steps to find out the research knowledge to solve the problem. So the other major parameter in solving the problem, research problem, is literature review. So we can make use of the literature review to get new solutions and alternative solutions for our research problem. Once the problem is defined, a brief summary of it should be written down. Review of literature is compulsory for research scholar to write the synopsis on his research topic and submit it to the research board for approval. So the research literature review is an important parameter, is one of the chapter in our research work. So we can review the papers which are existing in our same domain and same area of research that should be used to identify the research gaps and to come out with the new solution. So literature review is the main thing to find out the necessary data. How we can collect the data for our literature review means we can follow the following steps to get the literature review. So keep an eye on the review papers. We can review the papers which are coming out in our same domain and special issues in your chosen subject that are very helpful in discovering new areas and hot topics. So by reviewing the papers in your same domain plays an important role. You can sign up to receive table of content or notifications when articles are published in your field. Most journals or publishers. So you can get the notifications by subscribing to the journals in your same domain. Joining a club is a great way to read and select the papers from the journal, and we can read the papers to get the knowledge. Or we can go for go to conferences, or we can attend the seminars and tutorials in your same domain to collect the information, or we can contact the authors of the books or other researchers in your same domain so that we can collect the information what's going on in the same field. So by this way we can collect the data which are necessary for our research work. So based on the data what we collected for our research process, we need to formulate an hypothesis. So formulating hypothesis is a tentative assumption made in order to draw out and test its logical or empirical consequences. Hypothesis should be very specific and limited to the piece of research in hand because it has to be tested. The role of the hypothesis is to guide the researcher by delimiting the area of research and keep him to the right track. So through the hypothesis, we can prove that what are the assumptions and constraints we made is true or not. That can be proved using hypothesis. So while designing the research process, what are the points? What are the things we need to focus for preparing the research design? So the first thing is we have to identify the research gap. Then we will go for the literature review in the literature review, we should review minimum 50 to 100 papers in the same domain within the last 3 years publication. Because if you go for the publications which are older than 5 years or 10 years, will not find, they will be in the initial stage. After the 5 years papers will have the concepts which are published before 5 years. If you go with the last 3 years papers, then only will come out with there are new things, advanced publications came after 5 years. So we should focus on the last 3 years papers, and we should read all the papers, and we should go for an tabulated form of identifying what are the methods they are using, algorithms, logics, concepts, parameters, advancements. So like that we should tabulate. Based on that, the efficiency of the previous publications will be easily identified. Then we can find out the research gap to proceed with the new idea. And analysis of review should be done based on the existing problem and solution, and identification of the problem can be done for our research, and the appropriate research methodology and possible solutions can be found, and qualitative or quantitative techniques can be applied to proceed further for our research design. Once the research topic and the research problem is defined, the third stage is research design. So the research design involves the development of research plan for carrying out the study. The function of the research design is to provide for the collection of relevant evidences with minimal expenditure of effort, time, and money. So the research purpose may be grouped into 4 categories. It may be an exploration-based research, or description, or diagnosis-based one, or experimentation-based research work. So once the research design is identified, then we'll draw the or we'll go for the diagrammatic representation of our research design. So the research design is a graphical representation of your research. It is an initial phase of research and involves the intellectual process of developing research idea into a realistic and appropriate research design. So the research design is the blueprint for conducting a research that will optimize the ability to achieve the accurate results. The term design describes the overall plan and structure of your research. The design can be regarded as the framework into which particular method are fitted. So the research design is your framework. So within the framework, we should do our process, and we should find out the solution. So the research design can be represented in the diagrammatic form. A research design is an overall plan consisting of many methods and sub-goals. So by using research design, we will be in the initial stage of problem definition. We will apply methods and other parameters to achieve our sub-goals. Through the methods, we can reach to our final stage or conclusion to get the new useful knowledge. So the research design will give you a diagrammatic representation of how to reach our results from the initial problem statement to the research goal. So developing a research design and methodology can be done by using this. The flow chart shows you how to identify or how to design your research methodology. So if do you know how to develop your research design and methodology? So your answer is yes. Then further you can go with do you know how to fine tune your methodological choices? Then we can follow the following steps to come out with our methodology. If you don't know how to design your research, then we need to perform the literature review process, and various methods and methodologies we should learn in our domain. Tuning ideas into the methodology should be done, and we should develop the questionnaires to get the idea, and consider the various purposes and create the problem statement, and create the develop the research questions to find out the research gap. Then we'll come out with the research methodology. Design the method for collecting the research information. So how we can collect the information through the method. So the research data information may be collected in many ways. So it may be being knowledgeable about the state of our field and up to date with recent developments can help you to find out your methodology. So if you are very strong in your research domain, and if you are confident about all the aspects of your area of research, you can easily identify the research methodology. The second one is make decisions about what to study within reach research areas. So otherwise, you have to study the latest techniques and concepts and publications related to your area. Then you can come out with the research methodology, or identify top researchers in your field whose work you can follow and potentially collaborate with them. Or by collaborating or contacting the authors and researchers in your same domain, we can get the idea of forming the research methodology. Or find important journals to read regularly and publish in the journals. So by writing papers, review papers, and publishing the papers in the same field, you will come out with new ideas. Others work is important by being able to recount the big picture. So by explaining your concepts to other people and reading the latest advancements, you will get a clear idea about your topic. Based on that, you can easily collect the information required for your research. So the next topic is we have different types of research data collection techniques. So the data which are required for our research can be collected in the form of secondary data or in primary data. Secondary data is it will be available in the journals or in the published matters or in website, or we can directly get it from the reports, annual reports of the organization. But with primary data, we need to follow the methods to collect the primary data in the form of quantitative techniques or in qualitative techniques. So the primary data can be collected using quantitative techniques like conducting surveys or observing the on-site experiments and conducting the experimental work. We can collect the quantitative data. In surveys also, we can conduct personal interviews or we can conduct telephonic interviews to collect the quantitative survey data. Or if you're going for qualitative, we'll go focus on group interviews or depth interviews or projective techniques, so that we can collect the data by using qualitative methods. So the data plays an important role for any project. Once your data is ready and your requirements are identified and the project research design is made, you can easily interpret the data, analyze the data, and we can come out with the solution. How to solve a research problem using a method. Once the method is identified, how we can solve the problem. So in order to solve a problem, the three main steps must be carried out. The first step is analyze the problem, analyze the unsatisfactory situation, the obstacles, and the goal. So by analyzing the problem, the situation, and the obstacles of our goal, we can identify how we can proceed further. Generate several alternative solution ideas and methods to solve the problem, and make a decision or method so that we will get the efficient solution. So the diagram shows you how to solve a problem using a research method. So in any research problem, once we identify the research problem, we can analyze the unsatisfactory situation of the problem, the obstacles, and the goal. Think of several alternative solutions to overcome the obstacle. The first step is first we should understand what is the problem, what is the situation, what are the obstacles or things we need to solve to reach the required contribution or result, and analyze the given problem domain and the various situations. Then choose a particular method or implement the method and test the method to get the solution. Once a particular method is fulfilling your solution, then we can go for other alternative and advanced method. We can try with other advanced techniques. So we will check whether the advanced techniques are giving efficient result compared to the previous methods. So by applying more than one method to your problem, we can find out which method gives you the perfect or efficient or the optimal result. So whenever we have any research problem, we try with more than one alternative solution so that we can identify the optimal solution. The research problem solving techniques, he is having the following steps. A problem occurs when a problem solver has a goal, but initially does not know how to achieve the goal. So the problem will have current state, and we know the goal state, and the target or the target situation. So in the current state, the problem begins in a given state, and in goal state, the problem solver wants to the problem to be different state, and the goal state, the obstacles can be identified. Once the obstacles are identified, does not know how to correct the solution, and an efficient solution method is not obvious to the problem solver. So to overcome the obstacles and to reach the goal state, the researcher must focus on the current state and various methods that can give the that can bring him to the goal state. So as we discussed in the previous slide, we'll have the initial state. Our aim is to reach the goal situation. So we'll apply the methods and methodologies what we identified for our solution. And by applying those methods, we can proceed from the obstacle, from the one step by step, and we can reach our goal state to get the exact result. So analyze and interpret the research results. So once we identified the methods and we collected the data for our research work, the raw research data needs to be processed, tabulated, and analyzed to find the results and to interpret them. The analysis plan follows from research objective of the study. Association and relationships of the research parameters are interpreted to find out a solution to the research problem. So once we identified the data, and we need to analyze the data and process the data to find out the information. And by applying the information and analyzing, we can identify the solution. The data analysis is the process in the most important process in the research, as the results are generated on the basis of data preparation. After the data collecting stage, the data collected data should be edited, coded, transcribed, corrected if required, and validated. And we can make use of the data analytic tools or data interpretation tools, techniques that are used for analyzing each data element in the data sample. So if you, by analyzing the data, we can identify the solution. So we can make use of the quantitative as well as quantitative data analysis methods to analyze our data. So we can make use of descriptive analysis or inferential analysis. Descriptive analysis techniques focuses on mean, median, and mode, percentage, frequency range, and so those can be easily identified for your collected data using descriptive analysis tools. And if you are going for inferential analysis, we can go for correlation methods, regression, and analysis of variance techniques to analyze and interpret the data. The qualitative data analysis should focus on the following major aspects like data collection, data reduction, data display, conclusion drawing for your data. So in the data collection, observation, interviews, documenting the recording can be done. In case of data reduction, selection of the required data, focusing and simplification, abstraction, transformation can be done. And data display, graphs, networks, charts can be plotted based on your data. In conclusion drawing, we can give meanings, configuring and verifying can be done by making use of data qualitative data analysis process. Once the data is ready and the conclusions are found, prepare and present the final research report. Findings of research should be presented in a clear and concise way. Report presents the and communicates research work contribution to the society. Researcher has to prepare the report based on his findings. So the research report should contain the basic pages like introduction, literature review, and the main context like contributions and research work, methods and methodologies. The final steps like conclusion for further enhancements and future studies. So every dissertation should have the following chapters. like a table of content, introduction, review of literature, research methodology, data analysis and interpretation, conclusions, findings, future enhancements, references and publications. So the publication plays an important role. So we should focus on the publication. Once your thesis is ready and when you submit the thesis to the university or organization, the various reviewers of your thesis will be the external panel members within the state, within the country, and the thesis will be sent to the external foreign examiners, as well as a copy will be kept in the university, and the copy will be sent to the supervisors and other domain experts, students, scholars, and other friends. So another major parameter in research is we should follow on positivism in our research work. So the positivism approach in research plays an important role. It focuses on the social impacts of the society. So what is positivism approach means is known as the natural scientist approach to research. It is based on the idea that science is the only way to learn about the truth. It is an approach to study society and that relies specifically on scientific evidences, experiment and statistical to reveal a true nature of society works or operates. Positive thinker adopt scientific method as a mean of knowledge generation. In positivism, the research is independent and neither affects nor is affected by the subject of the research. So the ethics is focused here. The main principles followed in positivism research is, in essence, positivism is based on the idea that science is the only way to learn about the truth. No differences in the logic of inquiry. Research should aim to explain and predict. Common sense should not be allowed to bias the research findings. Science must be value free and it should be judged only by the logic. So it is a highly structured methodology. It focuses on quantifiable observations that lend themselves to statistical analysis. So the positivism method is nowadays it focuses on many of the researchers to implement their research. So the main important aspect of any research is publishing the research work in journals or in book chapters or in conferences. So why the researcher or scholar should publish his work? What is the reason behind publishing? It positions you as an industry expert or leader. The publishing creates a competitive advantage. It builds corporate enthusiasm and supports ongoing education. So the publication reinforces marketing initiatives. The more often your name will be seen in the print or online, more visibility about your research work will be given to the given based on your publications. So where we can publish our work or where we can share our research idea. So in academic based publications, we give more focus to the following types of publications. So your research work should be published in the form of book chapter or book, or it should be published in conferences, conference proceedings, or it should be in the articles of a journal, or it should be published in a referred peer-reviewed journals. Then how to write your write a paper for publication based on your research work. So once you are doing your research work, you already referred so many papers in your literature review process. So you might have got an idea how the paper will look like, what will be the format and how it should be presented, and what are the syntax and the formatting techniques we should follow while writing and presenting the paper. Will be well known. So based on the formatting aspects and other technical aspects of any journal, based on your findings, research findings, you can start writing your research papers. So for that, we need to identify a subtopic or topic based on your research, then identify the research problem and collect the necessary data and analyze that data, then present the data in a particular format as per the journal specification, and produce and improve the modify and update your presentation according to the journal reviews and publish your paper. So these are the various steps involved in publishing a paper. doing any research, we come across so many hurdles. So how to handle the various issues while doing the research? Any research will have the major hurdles or issues of any research will be if you plan an unrealistic objective. If your objectives are unrealistic, if it is not achievable within the given stipulated time, definitely you will face a problem. And lack of expertise knowledge. If you are not strong in your domain and you choose a different area other than your favorite subject, then you will have a lack of knowledge in the particular domain, then you will face problems. And sample size and justification. If you take if your sample size is increasing and if you cannot able to justify your data and results, then you will face problem. And sources of data not available. You choose a particular domain or research work where you cannot able to collect the data. The data is very, highly secure and it is not available, and you are totally dependent on the particular data source. Then you cannot able to proceed further with your, or you cannot justify your results. And questionnaire. If your questionnaires are false and if you cannot able to collect the actual data, then you cannot able to produce the actual results. So these are the major aspects you should consider while framing your research objective and research design. And how to manage hurdles in research. So you can manage your the various hurdles or issues in your research. Set a roadmap. If you are clear in your roadmap or the milestones of your research work, a roadmap will help you to chart your path and create a plan of action. The action plan will help you to anticipate the potential hurdles. And collect your figures and write legends. Ensure your data is sound and robust, and take scheduled breaks. So working continuously can lower efficiency. So regenerate yourself with breaks. And avoid distractions. Avoiding distractions during the research work. Choose a place with the least distractions to write your thesis. And keep your motivation alive. Thesis writing is cubism. Stay motivated, maintain the drive. So you should be always motivated. Once you lose the motivation, you cannot able to further proceed. Periodic reviews. Submit your thesis to your guide periodically for feedback. So contacting your guide and getting his guidance and following his steps is very important. Use appropriate referencing software. Automate the referencing process with the software. So if you are using automated tools for your data analysis and data collection and plagiarism, as well as Grammarly like tools for editing and presenting your documents, that will give you efficient result. So using statistical tools and so various online software tools in your project will improve your overall process. And effective time management. Managing time effectively, because the research is has its own stipulated time duration. So the full-time scholar should complete his research work within 3 years, and part-time or external project scholars will be given 5 years to 8 years. So you should manage your time in such a way that you can complete your research work within the given stipulated time. So avoiding the distractions, taking scheduled breaks, and periodic reviews, and keeping your motivation alive, and managing your time perfectly, like allotting regular time schedule, because research is not, if you are a PG scholar or UG scholar, you will be regularly going to the college, you will be having a timetable, and subjects will be taught in the given time schedule, and you will be having lab works and other, everything is fixed, everything you should complete within the 6 months or 1 year. But in case of research, you have given free time. So based on your motivation and based on your time management only, you can able to complete your research work within the given time. And the paper publication places an important role in any research work. So how the paper publication process, what is the, how the paper publication process is done. So the first step in publication is complete your research work. Once your work is half finished, or once you come out with some conclusion, you can prepare the manuscript based on your findings, and submit the manuscript to the journals or conferences or to book chapters. And the manuscript gets reviewed by the reviewers, and the decisions will be taken by the reviewers of the publication. If they ask you for revision, do the revision and resubmit the paper according to the given comments. And if the paper, once the paper is rejected, you find out what are the parameters where you are lacking, what are the things missing in your, anyhow, while rejecting the paper also, they will tell you what are the parameters missing and what are the things lacking in your project, in your paper. So try to correct and rectify, update, modify your paper, and you can resubmit this paper to the same journal or some other journals. And once the paper is accepted, then it will be published. And what are the tools which are useful for, while before choosing and sending your paper to a journal, you should focus on the following parameters, because if the paper is published in a Scopus indexed or ISA indexed, or if it is having H index, then only the paper will be accepted by the doctoral committee members. So according to the rules and regulations of the UGC as well as the university norms, you should publish your paper to the refereed and Scopus indexed, ISA indexed journals. So what is Scopus means? It is the largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed literature. Scopus delivers an overview of the world's research output in the field of science, technology, medicine, social science, and arts. And it is having 5,000 publishers. We can easily track more than 5,000 publishers, and you can analyze and read their papers. And Science Direct is Elsewhere's leading information solution that empowers over 15 million researchers, teachers, students, healthcare professionals. And it is an initiative with over 14 million publications from over 3,800 journals and more than 35 books from the Elsewhere. And if you go for Mandali, a free reference manager and academic social network where you can organize your research, collaborate with others online, and discover the latest research. So these are the major tools you can make use of while publishing your paper. So before publishing your paper, you should check the paper or is sent to Scopus indexed journals, or it's having the peer H index, or it is peer reviewed journal that you have to, and the journal is accepted by the particular organization or university, that also you should focus. And the role of emotional quotient in research. So research is a very stressful process. So you should balance your emotion, then only you can do your research in a systematic way. So the research shows that IQ can help you to be successful to extent of 20% only in life. The rest of 80% success depends on your emotional quotient. So you should avoid the stressful situation, and you should know how to manage the stressful situation in your research process, so that you can easily manage the stressful situation. And last, I like to quote a message from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. My message especially to young people is: have courage to think differently, courage to invent, to travel, and explore the path, courage to discover the impossible, and to conquer the problems and succeed. So these are the major references I made to prepare this PPT. And I like to thank our founder chairman, Dr. Senraj Rajan sir, JAIN Group and President, JAIN deemed to be University Bangalore. Thank you, sir, for your support to conduct the webinar on Kickstart Your Research Work, to share our research ideas. We are thankful to our director, Dr. S.A. Hariprasad sir, Director FET, for his encouragement. And we thank our Dean PG Research, Dr. Chandrasekhar Shastri sir, for his support. And we thank our Dean SCSC, Dr. Kuldeep Sharma sir, for his continuous guidance. And we are thankful to our CSC HOD, Dr. Narayan Swami sir, for giving us the platform to host the session for students and faculties. And I like to thank our coordinator, Dr. G. Kumarasamy sir, for today's webinar, and the organizing committee members. And we are thankful to the technical team behind us, teaching and non-teaching staffs, and for their support and suggestion. And I like to thank all the participants for your patience to listen to the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for that wonderful insight for all the participants, ma'am. Hope many participants who are just started their research, it is a very good insight and guidance for them. Thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you very much. We have a couple of question and answers, ma'am. We request the
Yes, sir.
participants to drop it in a QA or chat box. We will be happy to answer your queries for a minute or 2 minutes before we move ahead to the next panel member. So I request participants, if you have any QAs, let's say questions, please drop it in a QA section or in the chat box. And YouTube participants, you can drop it in a YouTube chat box. We'll be happy to answer your queries. Ma'am, there is one query from the participants. Can we get the slides?
Yeah, we'll upload, sir.
We will, okay, for all the participants, we will be sharing you the slides.
Ma'am, another query from the participants.
Yes, sir.
What are the what are the essential factors to write a survey paper?
Yeah, to write a survey paper, literature review plays an important role. And along with, after collecting the data from the literature review, we should identify what are the logic algorithms because the survey paper is based on conducting the survey. So once the problem is identified, we have to go with you can collect your own survey data and you can present it, or you can take the data from the existing surveys and you can interpret the data in such a way that new conclusions and knowledge findings are made.
Ma'am, there is a query from YouTube participant.
Yes.
For survey, should we choose journal papers or conference papers?
Yeah, if you go with the journal paper, because the conference papers is not peer reviewed, but journal paper will go with so many revisions. So they will have the copyright issues also. So it's a long-term process. So if you go with the journal papers, you will get more findings.
There is one more query from the YouTube participant, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is there any specific journals which we need to refer, or what type of journals you prefer for the computer science researchers?
Yes, based on your area of research, and you will take the broad area of research. Then within the broad area of research, say if you are taking your research as software engineering, within that we have so many sub areas like object orientation or artificial intelligence. So within the artificial intelligence itself, we will have data science, IoT, and data warehousing. So many subheadings will be there. So you have to find out the broad area of research. Within the broad area, you should go for your particular topic of research. Based on your topic of research, if you go you will get more information than the broad area. It's based on the domain, it's based on the topic, or based on the problem definition. So if you go with the problem definition and based on the parameters, you will get more exact data. Otherwise, the broad area will give you the broad idea only.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, before we go next session, another last two queries. There is
Yes,
a query from Professor Mahesh Kumar. He was asking how to handle a delay in research.
Yeah, the delay in research can be handled. Say if you send a paper to a publisher, they are taking more than 3 months or 6 months. You should not wait for the reply from the same journal or publisher. So you can go with the next research idea, next alternative solution. If frame another paper based on the old one, but it should have additional knowledge or additional information compared to the existing one, because you should not send the same paper to more than one journal. So, and you should go with the parallel processing. You should not focus on only data collection is over. I'm waiting for the design. I'm waiting for the guides approval. I'm waiting for the university letters. You should not wait for anything. So once you completed some work, you submitted for something, don't wait for the reply. You go with the other alternative works and you schedule your work, manage your time effectively. And in parallel processing method, that is you should not wait for a particular person, or you should not dependent. You should be independent, and you should focus on all other aspects of the same research domain. In that way, we can manage and we can avoid delay in publishing, delay in submitting the thesis, or delay in data collection or interpretation. So once and moreover, it should not be a narrow one. Once some data is collected, you go for the initial literature review is over. You start writing with chapter 1, start writing with chapter 2. And when you are doing your data collection and interpretation implementation, once the results are found, start writing the chapter 3 with the methods and other techniques. So parallelly, you start writing your documentation also, start writing, preparing your papers also, publish. So you should do all the things parallelly.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one last query from the participant. Ma'am, for literature survey, how many years of papers we need to take or refer? And what is the difference between publishing a paper in a low impact factor and high impact factor? This is the last query for this session.
So anyhow, if you might have studied in UG, you studied the subject. In PG also, you might have studied the advanced concepts. In a PhD level, you will take the same. If you did the same course in your UG, PG, then only you will be eligible to do the research in a particular domain. So anyhow, you will be in the advanced stage of the same domain. Then it's better you can. It's necessary that you should take the last 3 years papers. That too IEEE publishers or science direct or elsewhere or ISA post focused or Scopus indexed. If you go with the standard journals, not with the conference papers or IEEE Explorer conference publications, if you go with the standard journals, they will have more impact than the other things. And particularly, you should focus on the last 3 years, because if you go with the old papers, it will have the basic and fundamental ideas. It will not have the current recent trends and new advancements in the same area. So you should focus on last 3 years papers. And initially, you can present your papers in national conference. Then you can go with we will get some idea on confidence. Then you can go with the international. Then you can go for publishers. And it's within one paper. Anyhow, the university or norms or UGC norms ask you to publish only 2 papers. But if you publish at least 10 to 15 papers from national to international and journal publications, then only you will get your standard will be improved automatically, and you will get ideas and what are the things you can implement, in what way you can present, because the formatting, what they are expecting, that will change from national to international level.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for your input.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, audience, for participating. Now we have a session by Professor Deepa TP, ma'am. She will be giving you a talk or hands-on about the Google Scholars, or let's say it as other tools which are available to explore the research. Right. Over to you, Deepa, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. So in this session, I'll be just giving you an insight about how to use, say, Google Scholar account. So Google Scholar, it is it's a web search engine, okay, where you can search for scholarly articles. Now, to get into the Google Scholar, you need a Gmail account, obviously. So first, you log into your say Gmail account, and then go to the Google Scholar. Okay, so the URL for Google Scholar is scholar.google.com. So if you're not able to remember this, don't worry. Just go to say google.com and type Google Scholar. You will get a link to the Google Scholar, and then you can click on that link. Okay, so automatically it will take you to the Google Scholar account. Okay, just click on this link, and you can go to the Google Scholar account. Just moving this control so that Okay, so when you click on the Google Scholar account, so you can say go here. This is a dashboard of your Google Scholar account. So you need to do some settings here. So enter the details of your name, and remember whenever you are entering name, they should be similar to say whatever you are going to give in your papers. I'll tell you why it is helpful. So give the same name as you have you are giving as author name in your papers, and write the affiliation. So I'm written the affiliation. So if you're writing an affiliation, then you have to enter an your official mail ID for the verification. So I'll be entering say official mail ID. This is optional, but it is good. It says that your account is verified. Okay, so you have a verified account if you are giving an your official mail ID and getting it verified. So I will mention the area of interest. This is also helpful. So I'll tell you in the further steps why this area of interest and the name is helpful. So now click on next. After so you have to verify. You have to go to the mail ID which is given as crawlers. They are going to search for your published papers in the web, and it will map according to the name, and it will map according to your affiliation and the title. So based on these, if your paper PDF is available in the web, it will automatically fetch into this particular account. So that's why I was insisting you have to give a almost same name as that you have given in your paper. Now there are, yes sir.
Some voice problem, madam. Can you check, madam? The participants
Okay.
are telling voice is not clear.
Now is it clear now?
No, madam. I think you are using headphone, madam. Can
Yes, I'm using headphone.
so better you can try without headphone.
What is it now, sir? 1 second, I'll just rectify this. Hello, am I audible now?
Still in some
It
noise is coming,
lagging?
madam.
Okay.
Morning it was good. Better without headphone you can try, madam.
It will, yeah, 1 second. I will.
By device sound.
Okay. Yeah, now am I audible?
Somewhat okay, madam.
Okay. Yeah. I hope this should be okay. So now coming back here, it will list the papers according to your name. So select whichever the paper belonging to you here. So out of all these papers listed out, say out of all the papers listed out here, the first one belongs to me. So what I'll do, I'll just select this paper. So then there are 8 articles, okay, with the same name. So out of that, I'm selecting the say first one and click on next. So all those papers will be added to your account. Now here there are some settings you can select, say apply updates automatically. So whenever you're uploading your PDF in your name, your paper, so it will update automatically in the Google Scholar, or you can just get a notification, email notification about the updates, and you can make your profile public so that other scholars in the Google Scholar can search for your profile. So click on these settings, confirm the settings. So this is how you build your Google Scholar profile. So once your profile is ready, go to the profile page. So this is your profile page. If you wish, you can add photo also here. Now you can see the details I have, which I had given. I've given the affiliation, and then I clicked on the verified verification link. So it says that verified email at JAIN University.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
sorry for the interruption.
Yes, sir.
Your screen is in the beginning only. Google Scholar, the front page of the Google search. It's not moving forward.
Okay.
Share the screen once again, ma'am.
Yeah. I think now it is. Yeah. So now you can see here the page of the profile where you have a verified email ID. So this shows that the profile is a valid because you have an affiliated mail ID verified. And here mentioned is the area of interest which I had entered, and here's a list of all your papers which you have added automatically. So this has been added by the web crawlers. Okay, so now here you can see the numbers 3, 2, 1. So these numbers will tell about the number of people cited your paper. Means there are 3 papers which is referred this particular paper. So if you click on this, you can also see the details of the paper where your paper is used, and you can look into whether it's an extension of your idea, or you can get more details about the authors who have used your paper. So these are the 3 papers in which, say, my paper ET-based drowsiness detection is being used. So you can go to click on this, a PDF will open, or you can go and refer to those papers who have cited your paper. So now what is a citation? Citation, there are 2 ways of looking into it. Citation is to tell the readers that the content in your paper is from some other author. Okay, so that is a citation. Now, what is citation index? It is a number of papers referred your paper. Okay, now for example, here 3 to 1, these are all citation index. Okay, so citation means it's a concept of telling the readers that some content in your paper or in your article you have taken from a different source which belongs to some other author. So that's a concept of citation. Now you can see a graph here. We have a research matrix. So in the morning somebody asked what are the research metrics. So we have 3 research most commonly used research metrics. We have one more that is G index also. We have citation index, we have H index, and we have I10 index. Okay, so we have G index, but it will be used in a very higher level. Now for any say a beginner or a common researcher, these three metrics are enough. Now, what is citation? So it is a number of people using your or referring your papers. Okay, so total there are 8 papers referred by other authors. Okay, and remember, if you have done a self citation, so there was a question in the morning session, can we go for a self citation? Now, what is the self citation? Suppose say you have already published a paper and you are going for the extension of that paper. So in the new paper, you want to add some contents which is there in your previous paper. So in this case also, it is ethical to cite the paper, even though you are the article, you are the author of both the papers. Okay, but you have to cite the paper. So when you cite the paper, you are giving a self citations to that particular previous paper, right? Now, whenever we are say calculating the citation index, especially Google Scholar will not consider the self citations. Okay, so there are other databases which consider self citations also, but Google Scholar will consider only those citations given by other authors, not the self citations. Now, coming to the next matrix, that is H index. So very important. I'll just show you one small example of how to calculate an H index here. So H index is, say it will give you, now for example, if H index is 20, then it says that there are 20 papers that are cited at least 20 times. Okay, so there are total 20 papers which are cited. Each paper is cited for 20 times. Okay, so that's the meaning of H index. Now you can see, say I have 5 publications here, A, B, C, D, E, and I've just given a serial number to these 5 publications. So as per the order of citation. Now publication A has a citation 10, and B has citation 8, and C has citation 5, and D has 4, and E has 3. Okay, so now in this case, the H index is going to be say 4, because see, if the 4th position, okay, so if you take a publication in the 4th position, so minimum it should have 4 citation 4. Now if you take the publication in the 5th position, okay, in the 5th position you have number of citation as 3, right, but which is less than its positional value. So always H index will be measured with respect to its positional value. Now the 5th publication here has a citation 3. Okay, so in that case we are not counting this for the H index. Now you have a 4th publication which has a citation index as 4. So the overall H index for this particular case will be 4. Okay, so this is how the H index, it will take all the papers for a particular author, and for each paper, so it will find out what is a citation index, and it will sort according to the citation index. Okay, so based on the positional value, so the number of citation got should be greater than or equal to the positional value of that particular journal, of that particular paper. So accordingly, it will consider the minimum value. Okay, so now for example here, if you take in the position 3, even though the citation is 5, yes, the number of citation is more than or equal to a position value, but we are going with the minimum value. Okay, so your minimum value matching with the positional value is 4, so that's why the H index will become 4. So this is how the H index will be calculated. So based on that, in this case the H index is 2. And next is an I-10 index. Now, what is I-10 index? It will give you the number of paper with more with 10 or more than 10 citations. Suppose if I have any say any paper here, assume the first paper EEG based drowsiness detection. If I have a 10 citations here, and estimation of garbage coverage area, suppose it has 15 citation, then the I-10 index will be 2. Okay, because I have 2 papers whose citation is say equal to or more than 10. Okay, so then the I-10 index will become 2. So this is how the three research metrics will be calculated based on the number of citations. So everything depends on the citation. That's why in the morning I was insisting about the visibility of your work. Okay, so more the visibility, there is a chance for getting more citation, and it will improve your H index and I-10 index. So coming to how to search papers in the Google Scholar. So this is about a personal profile and how to improve the metrics. Okay. So next you can also say search papers, journal papers or conference papers or scholarly articles. It's not just restricted to the papers, even books, any scholarly articles you can search here in the Google Scholar. The main idea of Google Scholar is it is a search engine. Okay, it is a search engine for scholarly articles. So now here you can search for a specific, just give a keyword of a paper you want. Suppose say I want or even by, you can search by journal, you can search by name of the library, or you can search by a specific area. You can use different keywords and you can search. Say if I want papers on machine learning, so I'll be giving a keyword as machine learning. Okay, one second. I don't have any articles listed in my library. Okay, so I'll just go to a Google Scholar main page and then I'll search. I'll tell you what is this main my library thing there. Because I've connected this to a Zotero. So Zotero is a referencing tool. In the previous session, you learned about Mendeley, right? Mendeley is a Elsevier referencing tool. Same way we have another open source tool, that is Zotero. So you can link this page to the Zotero. So I have linked this particular page to the Zotero. Okay, so the my library refers to the papers which I have listed in the Zotero. So I'll come to that part later. Now I have given a machine learning as a search key, and here is the papers or all the articles related to machine learning is listed here. So you can go to settings and choose the number of say papers you have to list here. Now if you want a reference of this, you can import to a specific say format you want. You just click import into BibTeX, then you will get a reference into a BibTeX. There are around 9,000 more templates or styles available for say referencing. So in that, one of the style is a BibTeX style. So the reference of the citation or the reference details of this particular article will be fetched in the form of BibTeX. You can take and you can use it in your article. So now you can also see this particular article is cited by 7,428 say different authors, and if you click on that, it will take you to all the link to those papers in which this particular paper is listed out. And if you want to find related articles to this, you can click on the related articles. If you want some more paper in this particular topic, then similar to this article, you can go to the related article. So here you can obtain the quick cite of this paper. So this is how you can say search for this particular article is forbidden because it is not available for open access. Abstract of the paper is available for open access. Okay, but for some papers you need to go for a subscription, then you can see in the Google Scholar. Those who are open access papers, you can get a full paper. Okay, for some library they need a subscription to access their full paper. Okay, that case you need a subscription. But all the abstracts of the papers are available open access in Google Scholar. You can read the abstract. So if you want that full paper, if subscription is required, you have to go for it. Otherwise, if full paper is accessible, the PDF can be downloaded. So here the paper, you can obtain the citation in different say styles here. So you can pick whichever style you want and you can use it in your paper. So this is how we are searching for a scholarly articles using a keyword, okay, in the Google Scholar. So those are doing a literature survey, you have to just give a keyword and it will list out all the related papers at one place, and you can access these papers, and you can even do the review paper. So I'm going back to the my profile. So link, and in my profile link I have given the area here. So area of research. So click on this areas which you have given. Suppose I click on medical image processing, and I'll click on EEG signal analysis. So these two areas I'm clicking. This will give you quite important information for you. So now if you go to that page, so this will give you the position of your profile, okay, in the area of medical image processing among all those Google Scholar account which is created. Now suppose if there are other researchers who is in medical image processing, if they have created an account in the Google Scholar, so it will rank according to the citation obtained, and you can see where you stand in this particular research area. Okay, so if I see in the medical image processing, there are lots of profiles available who is working in the same area. So you can even contact them for say review, or you can contact them if you have any research questions. Okay, because they will be experts. You can look at the citations here. So depending on this will give you a very important information that how much work and recognition a particular researcher is having in the selected area, so that you can contact them for your paper reviews also. So here say I was clicking this EEG signal analysis. So this ranking is given by the citations you have obtained. Okay, so based on the citation, it is going to sort the profiles. So this is about say using Google Scholar, okay, to obtain the citation, H index, item index, and how to search the Google Scholar papers. Okay, and now coming to the Zotero. So as I was mentioning, Zotero is a referencing tool. You can go to zotero.org and click on the download. So it will take you to the two options here. So even Zotero is available for Linux and Mac like Mendeley. Okay, so if you are using a Windows, then you can download Zotero 5 particular version for Windows, and you have a Zotero connector. So if you install this, this is a plugin into the Google Chrome browser. So from Chrome directly you can access a Zotero. Okay, so these two you need to download and you have to install. So once you do that, you go to the installed Zotero in your PC and click on that. It will take you to this particular page. Okay, so here you have a My Library. If you remember the My Library, I was trying to access in the Google Scholar, right? So I don't have any papers. That's why it was showing there are no papers there. So this Zotero My Library has got connected to the Google Scholar, my Google Scholar account there. So now coming to this, say as a referencing tool, okay, you need to refer so many papers and you have to add it into your article, right? So it's very difficult to do it manually, especially when you're writing a thesis and we have to reference, we have to add too many references. So it's very difficult to manually add, right? Now in that case, what I do, I select, say I go for a folder or a collector, a collection of my papers. I create a new collection. So I'll just give it as name as PhD thesis. So I'll bringing all the references into this particular say connection. Now I go back to the Google Scholar. Go to the article section, search for an article. Suppose I'll be giving, say I need a papers on red blood cells. So these are the papers I've got on the red blood cells, and I want to import all this say papers into the Zotero and then use it in my article. So in that case, I search and you can see here a plugin, right? So there is a plugin. If you have installed this Zotero connector, then you can see this plugin in the browser. So click on this. It will import all these listed articles, its references into the Zotero, right? Now here you can select all the articles you want, or you can select a specific article. You can see the first one is hemolysis of human red blood cells. So this has been added here, and role of CD47 as marker of cell, right? So all those articles listed here, its reference is imported here. Now, if you want to bring in all these references to Zotero library, you can do that. So select all and click OK. And come to the Zotero here. So it takes a bit time to import. It's loading. So it's taking time for sync. Yeah, meanwhile, I'll take some questions if you have any. Okay, there's some question like I already created a Google Scholar, but no paper automatically updated. There are two reasons: either your name is not matching or affiliation is not matching. So in that case, it will not automatically fetch. You can do a manually. You can add the details into a Google Scholar manually also. Okay, so to do that, you can go to say a profile. I'm just showing it on the screen. Citation is how many people viewed a paper, right? It is not just viewed. they have to use the content, and they have to include your paper details in their reference section and cite it in their article. So that's a citation. So just because someone is viewing the paper, you will not get an citation value. So when the content is used and it is cited, then you will get the citation.
Ma'am, there are queries from YouTube participants. Can I?
Yes, sir.
One participant asked is, what is the difference between H index of a journal and author?
Okay, so H index of an author, as I shown the calculation. So similarly, H index of a journal, if you take for 2 years, so how many citation that journal has got. Okay, so based on the 2-year statistics, H index of the journal, like same way how impact factor is calculated. So they will take a 2-year statistics of the citation, say they arrange as per the order of the citation, and then they find the H index.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one more query. Can I verify Google Scholar through my self-mail ID?
I didn't get the question. Can you repeat the question?
A participant asked, can I verify Google Scholar through my personal mail ID?
No, usually if you are entering an affiliation, then it will ask for the verification. So for your Gmail account, there is no need for verifying it. So then the status will be the email ID not verified. So usually for Gmail account, it will not ask for the verification.
Then one query, Jotaro is available for Android.
Zotero, no, it is not. It is available only for 3 OS, that is Mac, Linux, and Windows.
One query is kind of related, or let's say out of this topic. The participant asked, is there any open source tool for plagiarism check, and which is the best tool?
There are many tools for plagiarism check, which is open source, but I would say it is not reliable. The most commonly used, say in most of the universities, they are using Authenticate or Turnitin, which is a paid one. So they are considered as an authenticated one. Yes, open source tools are available, but we can't rely on that.
Yeah, that's it, ma'am. That's it from the. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. It was more informative for the participants, and many have got benefited from this. Now I request Keshav sir, Keshav Murthy sir, to take over the session and give the further instructions.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I thank management, HOD sir, and organizing committee for giving this opportunity. I thank all my colleagues and department students, and more importantly, participants who are sitting for all day and involving in the session. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Keshav,
sir.
Vivek, sir.
Yes, sir.
Before going to Keshav, we will share the feedback link.
Yes.
And then I will get some feedback from the participant. Then we will move forward, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So before handing over to Keshav, sir, Professor Keshav, we will be sharing you a feedback link where you are supposed to fill your feedback and attend a small quiz. Once you submit the feedback and quiz, you will be getting a certificate automatically back to your mail. And we also request the participants, if you don't get any certificates by end of today, please give us some time, a couple of 3 days or 4 days. We'll make sure everybody gets the participation certificate. All right. We repeat the instructions. Now we will be sharing you the feedback link where you are supposed to fill your feedback and attend a small quiz. Once you attend the feedback and quiz, a certificate will be emailed to you automatically by the Google Cloud. Okay. And we request the participants, if you are not able to get the certificate by today, please give us 2-3 days so that the certificate will be processed then and there. And the second instruction is, when you are filling the feedback, please make sure your email ID and your name is given properly. So there are a couple of queries from the previous webinars. We see participants give a wrong email ID, or by mistake they may type a email ID wrongly. Then the email will bounce back to us saying that your certificate will not be delivered. So we request the participants, when you are filling the form, please take care, utmost care, so that you will not lose the certificate, or let's say it will not create a mess around us, so that we need to reprocess it. All right. So that's only the couple of instructions before I share the link. And the feedback link is shared in the chat box. For the YouTube, or let's say Google YouTube participants, I'm going to share it in a, let's say it as a chat box for the YouTube also. Just give me a minute. And we'll be sharing the same in the Telegram group also.
Wait, sir, YouTube I shared.
Okay, so you shared. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And we'll be sharing the same in the Telegram group also. So I request participants now, please fill the feedback, and you may have to attend a small quiz. If anybody finds difficult in filling the feedback, please let us know in the chat box. For a YouTube viewers, we have shared it in a YouTube chat box. Link is not open. Hopefully everybody are able to access the let's say link. In the first page, it will ask you your email address, then go to the extreme down, click on the next, then it will ask you for the basic details like your name, organization, and designation, and with a quiz. We see a lot of participants already have submitted it. In meanwhile, Professor Keshav sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. Over to you, sir, further.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. The best and the beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by heart. And thank you is one such prayer among them. Myself, Dr. Keshav, consider this as a great privilege to propose the vote of thanks. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude. On behalf of all the faculty of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, JAIN deemed to be university, I would like to thank our management, Honorable Director Dr. Hariprasad sir, respected Dean Dr. Kuldeep Sharma sir, and beloved HOD Dr. Narayan Swami sir, who graced us with their support to set a perfect platform. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling a month in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated faculty members. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. First, I would like to thank Dr. G. Kumaraswamy sir for his initiative towards this webinar and also for delivering a session on how to start research journey. We clearly got to know success is not a destination, it's a journey. Your session made us to understand clearly that research is a journey and how to start that in a very good way. Thank you, sir. Ethics. Ethics is all about understanding moral values, resolving moral issues, and justifying moral judgments. Ethics plays a major role in research work. I would like to thank Dr. Chandrasekhar Shastri sir for his wonderful session on research ethics and IPR. Thank you, sir. Then I extend my thanks to Dr. Jayanti Kannan ma'am for delivering a roadmap for research. I'm sure, ma'am, you have helped many beginners to plan their research path. Thank you, ma'am. I wondered, is there a tool to improve our citations and indexing? I promise, I'm not at all aware of this. A special thanks goes to Professor Vivek and Professor Mahesh TR for educating us about mainly reference management tool. Thank you, sirs. I would like to extend my thanks to Professor Deepa, madam, the encyclopedia of our department. Ma'am have research experience in almost all the domains. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful sessions. Your sessions are very useful to all the participants. Last but not least, I thank all the participants, students, faculty, and industry experts for showing their interest in this program. I once again thank everyone for making this program successful and most importantly, a memorable one. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Keshav sir. Thank you for giving a very beautiful vote of thanks. Now we request any participants who would like to give a voiceover feedback. If you raise your hands, probably we will enable a voiceover feedback. If any participants wanted to give a voiceover feedback. Yeah. So we have enabled the participants who have raised a hand.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening.
Reddy Lakshmi Veluru from SV University, sir. I am a research scholar, and this webinar mainly has gave me a lot of information with relating to the usage of Mendeley software and particularly the unknown things for a starting researcher. Mainly, I am very thankful to the organizers and especially Deepa ma'am for giving her insight knowledge of how to use the Mendeley tool for you particularly of how to use the Mendeley tool, and as well as Zotero and Google Scholar and as well as the Mendeley tools are very useful. I thank very much you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your feedback. Yes, Jairam sir. Now you can speak.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. So this is Jairam. Actually, right now I am research scholar at the Anand Sagar University, Bangalore.
Yes, sir.
At the same time, I am working as a faculty in Andhra. So actually, a lot of information again from your webinar. Actually, webinar in the sense I heard so many, just only 1 hour, right? So
yeah.
From 9 o'clock they started and they ended up to 4 o'clock. In that, yeah, I gained, especially we gained a lot of information about regarding to research, regarding to papers, how to publish the paper, what are the information is required for that. So really thankful to a lot of thanks to you, the one who is going to conduct the entire team members. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for Department of Computer Science Engineering.
Thank you.
Yes, Pooja ma'am, I've enabled it. So if any issues with respect to the feedback link, you can drop us it in a chat box. We will be happy to address you. Any issues with the feedback link? As we suggested, for issuing a certificate, please give us a 3 to 4 days time. We'll make sure everybody receives the certificate. So we'll be here to listen any queries for another couple of minutes before we give the final instructions and wind up the session. So thank you all for your active participation. We have shared, sir. We will when will see. I repeat certain instructions for the participants. Please give us a 3 to 4 days time. Certain participants have received the certificate already. Since Google add-on will allow us to process only 500 certificates per day, so please give us 3 to 4 days time. We will be processing everybody's certificate. All right. So if you have not received any certificate within 3 to 4 days time, please we request you to get back to us using a Telegram group which we have it. All right. And for the participants who have received certificate, thank you, no worries. So thank you everyone for joining today's session. We hope you have enjoyed today's session and it was very useful for the beginners, or let's say who are getting into the research. As rightly pointed in the title, our objective is to focus on the participants who have just begin their research and trying to explore all the possibilities. Hope this session is very useful for them. Thank you once again from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. We will be signing off now. Thank you all the panel members who have given the sessions and delivered the talk. Thank you everyone. And thank you, we thank for the organizing committee, we thank for the management, we thank for the department, everyone. Thank you.